Tradoon. Tradoon. You were saying?
It's in the cupboard. No, the one by your knees.
We happy? Vincent! We happy?
Yeah, we happy.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Monday to everybody. If it is Monday where you are right now, whether you're watching this live, hello chat, or whether you're watching this in the future, in a VOD or on YouTube, welcome to Paleontologizing. Hope you had a wonderful weekend, hope your day is off to a good start, and I hope you're ready to talk about fossils here. If anybody's here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already, but I'm going to tell you anyway, what a paleontologist is. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, so I work on dinosaurs in particular. As you can probably guess, looking at my office here, I dig up dinosaurs across the American West in different places for different museums. So I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now, 5 days a week, every weekday, I talk about dinosaurs here with you, answering viewer questions, going over new publications, news from the paleontological world, trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, try and give you a better appreciation for the incredible history of life on our amazing planet Earth. So yeah, if you stick around here, I can guarantee you will learn something. You should have a good time, too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. On today's broadcast, we're going to be talking about a little bit of fossil news. There's a new paper that came out about saber-tooth carnivores. I think Smilodon, maybe Thylacosmilus as well. Critters like that. We're also going to be talking about a really cool new paper that came out kind of for a general audience about sauropods, everybody's favorite long-necked, four-legged, plant-eating dinosaurs, the biggest creatures to ever walk the earth. And we'll be doing some dinosaur deep dives as well, going in-depth on certain viewer-requested dinosaurs. Should be a lot of fun. And I'll show you what's been on the 3D printer as well. But before we do any of that, let's see who's here in chat. Science Streams appears to have been first today. How are you doing, Balint? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here, Balint. The baby's coming tomorrow, right? I mean, yeah. Pretty exciting, Balint. Pretty exciting. Maybe we'll raid in tonight if you're streaming for, yeah. One more exciting stream before parenthood. Holy cow. Great to have you here, Balint. Hope you and Leader are doing really well. I hope you're having some quality time with the cats, too, before their lives get upended by a new little mammal coming to town. Layer T, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Luna Seer, howdy, howdy. Hope all is well. Matt Pie, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Fall Machine, what's shaking? Glad to have you here. And a Truckhorn, how are you doing? Welcome, Truckhorn. The Lenina, thank you for being here, Lenina, as always. Hope you're having a good day, and thanks for liking my tweet earlier. Yeah, that joke just came to me, and I'm glad you appreciated that. Aditya, how are you doing? Welcome, Aditya Jokar. Hope you're doing well. And who else have we got? Arle. Tradoon to you, too. How are you doing, Arle? Welcome, welcome. That text is Cryptid. What's shaking? Cryptid, good to see ya. Hope all is going fine for you. Solemnus the Symphony. How you doing, Solemnus? Welcome, welcome. Astronomy Show. Thank you for being here. It's great to see you, Kodali. Howdy, howdy. Hope things are good in your world. It's good to see you, Kodali. And Zalok. Hello to you. And you also, Zalok. welcome back. Yeah. Metal Meows. Howdy, howdy. Hope you're having a good day so far. Sabertooths. How are you, my friend? Welcome back.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as
Mudman.
the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go
Dirter.
Well, that's what this thing is like.
Mudman, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. That's 9 primes right there. Really appreciate that. And you know what? That reminds me. Shoot, I got to update our sub goal here. It's always something, you know? Let's see. Monday. Science. Outreach. Sub goal. And let's make that 39 for today, since we just got one from Mudman. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah. And let's get a more upbeat song than this.
With
There we go.
sincere
That'll do it.
appreciation and gratitude, thank you
Thank
very
you,
much for the
Valence.
100 bits.
Really appreciate that. Thanks for trying to get that hype train started there, Valent. Appreciate it. Yeah. Who else we got here? FMSSK? How are you doing? Welcome back. Ooh, maybe we'll do your dinosaur deep dive today. Shoot, what was it? Was it a Shoebill? I think it was, FMSSK. We will probably... Well, if you stick around... Yeah, there you go. Balaniceps Rex. The Shoebill. For FMSSK. But... FM, we will do that if you stick around today. So, yeah. Yeah.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Olivia? I don't recognize that name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It is good to have you here. And, thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate that, Olivia. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for your ongoing support. With that pledge of support, you get a few different things. You get all those emotes. Feel free to use those to your heart's content. Like those and those. You get an uninterrupted, ad-free viewing experience. And Galara Dragon, thank you. The support is incredible. Thank you, Galara Dragon. Thank you for the 17 months, Galara. Really appreciate that. 17 months of support. So, Galara Dragon, you've probably got, shoot, like a sub-adult or young adult Triceratops at this point as your sub-badge, Galara Dragon. Olivia, you will have a little Triceratops egg. The longer you stay subscribed, the older, more mature, more developed your Triceratops will become. Talk all about ontogeny here on Paleontologizing. You know, ontogeny. Yeah. The changes that happen throughout an organism's lifetime.
Ontogeny.
How it grows and matures.
Ontogeny.
An astronomy show, thank you for the 4 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, that's wonderful. Really appreciate that astronomy show. Anywho, let's continue. Let's see. There's the first message from Olivia. It's his first time swinging by, and I'm pretty excited, honestly. Excited to have you here, Olivia. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Freelancer, howdy to you. I hope you're doing well, Freelancer. Still trying to catch up to chat. Mudman, howdy, howdy. Hope you're doing well. Barnjulf, what's shaking with you? Good to have you here. Gojira 1000, welcome back, Gojira. Great to see you. Freelancer says, what do you call a T-Rex with cheese on top? Something pizza or focaccia or I don't know. What do you call it, Freelancer? Let's see. Who else have we got? Delafo Maznoris. How are you doing? Delafo Maznoris. Welcome, welcome. Simmer Mom. What's shaking with you? Hey, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah. And Mojo Jojo link about the giant megalodon found in a cave. I don't think I got that, Mojo Jojo. If it was a whisper, sometimes I miss those. But that is a good way to try and reach me, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll check the news and we'll take a look at that later. Travel the World, how are you doing, Travel? Welcome back. It's great to see you. I hope everything's good with you. Thank you for your support, Travel. I got your glue, by the way. Thank you so much for that. And I've been putting it to good use. I'll show you something I've been 3D printing, new projects, and also the Triceratops progress. It's going a little slower than I'd hoped, but it's going. Oh yeah. Awkward Cyborg, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And, oh, very cool, Dr. Terra. Let's see if we can take a look at that. Cumnoria, that's an ornithopod, right? Iguanodontian? I think so. Do we, I doubt we'll have access to this, but let's see. Get access. Yeah, nope. And I don't have $402 to spend on this. They're really charging that much? That's nuts. Anyway. But cool stuff nonetheless. Thank you, Dr. Tara. Darian Beagle. Amazon is no longer giving donations to nonprofits, so you might want to remove that Amazon banner from this site. This is Darian Beagle? Well, Darian Beagle, Amazon owns Twitch, and people can use their Amazon Prime account to give me a free sub every month. So, yeah. Amazon getting rid of Amazon Smile is different from Amazon Prime, like, or Twitch Prime subscriptions. It's a different thing. That's not changing. But yeah, FMSSK, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Helix Fossil, what's shaking? Good to have you here. And let's see, Wabamoose. Howdy, howdy. Yakuzik, great to have you here. Galara Dragon, howdy. And, oh, Royale with cheese. There you go, Mojo Jojo. Did you enjoy the cold open video? I haven't shown that one in a long time. Yeah. But, yeah. Triceratops takes time to develop. This is true, Helix Fossil. Yeah, definitely. And, well, shoot. Triceratops, even the most recent ones laid in the ground for 66 million years. So, yeah. Yeah. I appreciate everybody's patience on our Triceratops assembly. Invisible Dimension says, hi, listening in. I'm in maker mode for my art booth. Oh, very cool, Invisible Dimensions. I hope it's going well. Never learned how to crochet. I hope you're having fun with it, though. Yeah. And there you go, Astronomy Show. I know, right? $402 to, for access to this particular issue of this journal. Yeah, and you know what? The authors won't see a single solitary dime from that. The journal keeps all of that money. They get the science for free. Science, which is usually taxpayer funded, gets submitted to the journal. Journal doesn't have to pay for it, but the journal gets to reap all the profits. Which is... yeah, I have opinions about that. We're not going to get into it now, though. Dr. Javasaurus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Incogni, how are you doing? They remove Prime subs at this point. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Ink. No. You're totally right. Yeah. And, Ink, I will show you that 3D printer in just a minute here. Yeah. Freelancer, thanks to Jeff Bezos. Might have human bones? What, did he, jettison his lunch and it landed on the moon, Freelancer? What are you implying? Is your latest 3D printed model already fully assembled? No, Yakuzik. I'll show you my my progress on it soon. But yeah, those ribs are taking a long time.
Seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science.
500 bits.
Here on Twitch.
Thank you, Mudman. Really appreciate that. 500 bits is it's a lot. Thank you, Mudman, for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Seriously. F-Jump Jess says, I imagine your opinions are shared here. Yeah, but I'm still doing greetings here. I'm trying to catch up to the bottom of chat. Yeah. And Golganek, I am taking my time with the assembly. I'll show you in just a minute here. Yeah. Thank you, Mudman. I appreciate you. You're awesome. I'm grateful to you. Thank you for your support. But yeah, let's see here. And there you go, Harass. How you doing, Harass? Welcome, welcome. Pro Scion. How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Well, let me show you first off progress on our baby Triceratops. I didn't have a lot of time to work on it this weekend, but I did some key work. I'll show you the skull first of all. We did this live on stream last week. I think last Tuesday we assembled the skull. Very excited about that. This is a life-size baby Triceratops skull based on a real fossil specimen. It's housed actually just down the road from me in Berkeley, California, right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Speaking of which, actually, yeah, no matter where you're watching from right now, around the world, I want to give you a special greeting from right here in the sunny, beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. Putting this together today. Hello. Look at this view from my office. Pretty incredible, right? But yeah. Greetings from the San Francisco Bay Area. But yeah, just down the road from me in Berkeley, California, is the University of California Museum of Paleontology. That is the place where the original specimen, this baby Triceratops, is housed. And yeah. And you lived on Polk Street when you were a kid. Very cool astronomy show. Yeah, I've walked down Polk Street, I can't tell you how many times. Yeah. I live in the East Bay now. But I used to work in San Francisco every day. Anyway, that baby Triceratops is, let's see. Here we go. Looks like this. Here is Mark Goodwin working on those fossils there. There's not very much of it. Yeah, we don't actually have a great deal of this animal. It's, you know, a decent portion of the skull. And where did that go? I've got it. I'm sure I have it in here. Let's see here. Triceratops. There we go. Yeah. Here we are. Yes. There we go. The smallest known Triceratops skull. New observations on ceratopsid cranial anatomy and ontogeny. There is how much we actually have of the skull, and that's the entirety of this specimen. But it's still a decent amount, and this is one of, if not the most, if not the, like, youngest ceratopsid skull known. So out of all the horned dinosaurs, this might be the very youngest one that we have. I do wonder whether that baby Chasmosaurus that the Canadians have up there in Alberta, if that is younger than this. It's certainly older stratigraphically, but it is older ontogenetically. Not sure, but anyway. This remarkable model is based on that specimen right there, with basically the blank pieces inferred from other ceratopsians, like that baby Chasmosaurus, which is actually almost complete. Let's see here. There we go. Here's Phil Curry talking about this remarkable specimen here. Take a look at that. It is remarkably complete. I mean, holy moly. Take a look at that. So Chasmosaurus is a very close relative of Triceratops. So any parts that were missing from Triceratops, right here, can be inferred from its very close relative Chasmosaurus. And here's a baby skeleton. Pretty awesome. So yeah. And there you go, Mr. Snipes, yeah. Welcome, Mr. Snipes, Orchestran. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. But, yeah. And, why do we not have eggs to like dinosaurs? Oh, why don't we lay eggs like dinosaurs, Freelancer? That's a good question. Because at one point, our mammalian ancestors they evolved live birth. It just worked better for them. But yeah, eggs. As we'll talk about, eggs, like laying eggs, is actually a really good strategy, especially if you're an animal that wants to get really big. We'll talk about why. That's one of the keys to success for sauropods. But yeah. But yeah, good question, Freelancer. It's just not a placental mammal thing, you know? Placental mammals evolved a different strategy, and it's worked pretty well for them, actually. But it lends itself to a different ecological niches, a different kind of ecological structure. We'll talk a little bit about that. But yeah. And Miss Yvette, how are you doing? Welcome. Anyway, here's the rest of our Triceratops so far. Here is a forelimb right here. Like you saw, this is one of the arms. This is the left arm. This is the right arm right here with scapula attached. And then this is what I've been working on recently. It takes a long time to get these ribs in their proper place. But there is the left side of the rib cage there. These are the dorsal vertebrae along here, and then those are the ribs. Getting those lined up with the scapula right here took a long time. And it'll take a long time on the other side too, but it'll be a lot easier now that I don't have to be quite as stingy about the glue, because Travel the World, in her generosity, has sent me more glue. So I'll be able to work on this even more quickly now. And thank you, Travel. It's going to make a big difference. It really will. And when this thing is done, let me show you what it's going to look like. Here's the actual model here at the Royal Saskatchewan Museum. That's what our baby Triceratops is going to look like. Very excited. And that should go right up here. This is where she's going to live once she's all assembled. Our baby Triceratops skeleton. Very, very excited. And I'll keep you appraised of our progress on that. I'm mostly going to be working on it off-stream because it's going to be a little bit tedious. Basically holding the ribs there for like 10 minutes each without moving. Requires a lot of patience. And, yeah. Anyway. But thank you, everybody who's sent me... Well, everybody who's supported this broadcast and everybody who's sent 3D printer filament, which, actually, come to think of it, I should add some more. Because with this new project that I just started this weekend, I'm going through filament pretty quickly. So let me add some more of these to the wish list here. There we go. View list. I guess it's already on the list, but maybe I can change the quantity? No, it's not on the list. Why is it? Oh, this thing's so buggy. That's frustrating. Copper color. There we go. Add to lists. Right there. Give me just a second here, everybody. Yeah. Mojo Jojo says, our babies come out screaming and it makes a mess, so not very efficient for ancient cave people trying to survive. I suppose, but like... Okay, it is on the list, good. But I don't know, also having to protect a nest full of eggs until they hatch, and like being tied to a certain place, can also be kind of a pain in the butt. So yeah, you know, different strategies for different critters. For placental mammals, giving live birth it works pretty well, you know? If the success of mammals is any indicator. Modern mammals. But yeah. Mr. Snipe says, imagine if humans laid eggs. Much less stress on the body, but we would have to watch out for parasitic birds trying to fool us into raising their young. There you go, Mr. Snipes, yes. Brood parasites. Birds do that to each other. It'd be pretty amusing for us to do that, too. For them to do that to us. Goodger, yeah, toddlers do that to you for about 5 years. I suppose you're right, Goodger. Yeah. And Miss Yvette, yes, let me add that dinosaur deep dive to our list, and then I'll show you what's on the printer. Here we go. The critter that should have been, I think, our California state dinosaur, Aletta pelta, for Miss Yvette, 1996. 1998, excuse me. Thank you, Miss Yvette. Excellent. We might even get a chance to cover that today. We'll have to see. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. And Dr. Javasaurus says, look at gazelles. As soon as it's born, it's ready to run away. Can't do that with an egg? Well, some critters do that with eggs, Dr. Javasaurus. Oh, wait. I mean, as soon as they hatch out of the egg, they're ready to run. But no, you're right, Dr. Javasaurus. The egg itself is not ready to run. It's got to sit there for a good while first. So yeah. Yeah. Well, they were in my nest, so I guess... There you go, Feral Terminator. Yeah. And that's what you meant? I got you, Dr. Javasaurus. Yeah. Anyway, take a look at the 3D printer right now. And let's have a more upbeat song than this. There we go, that's better. Take a look. Let's get some guesses. And also, keep this G-rated, please. I realize it's a cylindrical-shaped thing. What do you think this might be, chat? Again, keep your guesses G-rated. Family-friendly stream. Any guesses as to what this might be? Not a coprolite, but good guess. Good guess, Cryptid. Not a brain, but good guess, Travel. Not a flank steak. Not a chocolate bar. Leg bone. A little bit closer. A little bit closer.
Successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
He's right.
Can't stick around as the new year decided to slap me with a triple whammy of
I'm sorry, Rahab.
tonsillitis,
Shoot.
an eye infection and an ear infection.
Ah.
Lose my sleep. But if humans laid eggs, we could always make like birds and employ crocodiles to protect our nests. Paleolul.
There you go, Rahab. There you go. Yeah. Well, I hope you get some good rest, and thank you for the continued support. Thank you for that tasty prime there, Rahabafoyon. Really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting this broadcast, supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Appreciate you, Rab. It's not a Snickers bar, no, not a nerve bone. It's several bones, Miss Yvette. Almond Joy, no. Nope. Let me show you a picture of what it'll look like when it's done. And then you can tell me what you might think it is. Alright. You ready? Who can tell me what this is? Dr. Javasaurus, this is from your neighborhood, sounds like. Yeah! This is the hand of an iguanodon. You got it, Triple Helix. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Travel the World says, never would have guessed that. Yeah, because we're looking at one of the fingers here. I think it's probably this one here. Probably the index finger. Which is there on the print bed. You can see there's a nice outline of a phalanx right there if you kind of squint your eyes. But let's go ahead and grab that off of there, and I'll show you the pieces that I've already printed. But yeah, let me go snatch this off the printer. Hang on just a sec. All right. Take a look. Yeah. So this is... No, actually, this is going to be our ring finger right here. Digit number 4. So we have thumb, forefinger, middle finger, ring finger, pinky finger. So this is the right hand of an iguanodon. You're looking at the back of the wrist, basically. So, yeah. Yeah, so digits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Really interesting, they still have 5 digits. That's like a... You could say that's a primitive state for dinosaurs to still have 5 digits, but this one did. And, oh, I'm gonna have to find an interesting way to affix this. Yeah, I'll work on this later, but there is our ring finger. This is a substantial critter. Iguanodon is a big animal. Especially Iguanodon bernissartensis, this one from Bernissart in Belgium. Iguanodon skeletal drawing. There we go, that's a pretty decent indicator of this animal's dimensions there. Take a look at that. This is a big critter. It's roughly the size of an elephant, I suppose. Yeah, it's a big animal. You don't normally think of iguanodontians being gigantic, but Iguanodon bernissartensis gets big. And so this hand is going to be very, very big. Yeah. So yeah. Holding a Choco Taco. Oh, I wish, Mayor Space. But let me show you the parts that I've printed so far, because again, I started on this earlier this weekend. And I may have done some behind-the-scenes work already and cleared away some supports and done some gluing. So here is our hand so far. These are phalanges, or... No, hang on, sorry. Metacarpals.
Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Very true. Tibanji, thank you for the raid, and how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing, Tibanji. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? You're doing something called Conan Exiles. Ah, Conan O'Brien, funny guy. Yeah. Tibanji, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. If it's anybody's first time here, my name is Danny Anduza. If it's not your first time, then I'm still Danny Anduza. But either way, I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. And I was just showing off this iguanodon hand that I have been 3D printing. Yeah. This critter had some pretty big everything, you know? It's a big animal, iguanodon. So yeah. Mr. Snipe says this is just making me want to get a 3D printer. Mr. Snipe, it's pretty cool having a 3D printer. I will not pretend it's not cool. It's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah. So, it's gonna look like this when it's done. And it's big, you know? Holy cow. Yeah. So the radius and ulna are going to come down over here. The thumb spike should be here, I guess? Yeah, because this is a right hand. Yeah, thumb spike will be coming out right here. And, yeah. Welcome, Sophie Quests. Thank you for raiding in with Tabanji. How you doing, Sophie Quests? And again, Tabanji, I really hope you had a great stream. It's great to have you here. Welcome back. Hyper Helen, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Yeah. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Sophie Quest. This color filament I really like. And now we've got this. I need to clear away the supports from here. See how it's all flat on the bottom? There's supports on the bottom of this. But that should go... Oh, there we go. Just like that. There we go. That's our ring finger for our iguanodon. Pretty excited about that. Yeah. I'm gonna have a lot of fun putting this together later. It's a lot faster going than our Triceratops. It might actually be done before our Triceratops. But, yeah. Anyway, iguanodon is a really special dinosaur in a lot of ways. So yeah. Where do you get this done? Sophie Quest, right here in my office. There's the 3D printer. We're gonna actually get it set up, and I'm gonna start printing another piece. So let me go get that started right now. Hang tight for just a minute. I will be right back. And you'll see me on the screen over there. Setting up the 3D printer, gonna print another file for more of our iguanodon hand. Give me just a sec here. All right, we're gonna print the thumb, and the thumb of iguanodon is particularly special because it's that nice cone shape right there. These guys had a pretty interesting thumb. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let me find that video actually. There we go. Yeah. Show you a brief video of a paleontologist in Belgium talking about iguanodon, talking about that thumb, and about the rest of the hand too. Yeah. And come on, 3D printer, you can do it. It's gonna jump to life in just a second here. Yeah. Wait for it. Wait for it. It'll do it. There we go. Excellent. Yeah. So right now it's going to go find its reference points there on the print bed. And then it's going to start printing. Yeah, let me adjust the camera so you can see it a little better. There we go. This one should take about 6.5 hours to print. Just doing the thumb spike. But yeah. And I'm glad you like the music. Welcome, Sophie Quest. I think you're gonna have a great time here. You stick around. Yeah. Anyway, Tabanji, thank you again for the raid, and I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for bringing everybody here. And yeah, as this is printing, let's talk a little bit about iguanodon. And about its remarkable hands. Here we go. Swiss Army knife hand.
Hello there, welcome once again at the Royal Belgian Institute for Natural Sciences. I am Koen Stein, I'm a paleontologist, and today we have an exclusive look within the cage of the Bernissart iguanodons.
And there's that hand right there. And I watched this earlier. I really like his little trick that he pulls out in order to show you the hand in better detail, because it's hard to see against the dark background right there. But Iguanodon is an animal that looks a lot like this right here. So this is a plastic model of an Iguanodon. And I actually bought this at the Moab Rock Shop in Moab, Utah this past August, I guess? Late July? Anyway, I was out in Utah digging up a dinosaur much like this. And I figured while we're there in the rock shop, you know, my colleagues were like poking around and asking to see this and that, and I could tell the shopkeepers were a little bit, I don't know, annoyed that everybody was being so demanding. I felt like I needed to buy something, so I bought this. You could see that hand right there. Check that out. Yeah, big old thumb spike on it here. But this is very similar to one of the dinosaurs that I was digging up this past summer. A creature that is very similar to Iguana colossus, which is very similar to Iguana. Anyway, yeah, it might be a new species, the one that we were digging up this past summer, this past July and August. And we're going back this next July and August to see if we can get more of it. Hopefully we get some diagnostic pieces and we can name it as a new genus and species. But anyway, this is Iguanodon right here. And let's talk about that remarkable hand on it.
An exclusive look within the cage of the dinosaur iguanodons. Now, I'd like to focus in this little clip on the hand of the iguanodon.
Yeah.
And one of the most prominent features on the hand of iguanodon, I have a little aid to show you better. One of the most prominent features is the thumb spike. And when these animals were first discovered, they didn't have complete skeletons, and they thought that this thumb spike was actually supposed to be put on the nose of the animals, much like rhinoceros iguanas that we have today.
Yeah, and I actually have, eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed already, or longtime viewers know about this right here. This is my Victorian Iguanodon model, as envisioned by Richard Owen and Waterhouse Hawkins. When we only had a handful of bones from this animal, or rather when Victorian paleontologists, back in the 1840s, only had a handful of bones of Iguanodon, this is what they thought it might have looked like. Now we have complete skeletons, like you see here, so obviously we have a much better picture of the animal's anatomy. But back in the day, this was what they thought it looked like, circa, 1850. With that thumb spike on the nose, because they only found one of them, and they're like, shoot, where does this go? Well, I don't know, let's put it on the nose, because we think it looked like an iguana, and iguanas sometimes have little spikes like that on their nose. They've got little horns. So yeah, there you go. But nowadays, of course, we know it looks a lot different. So, yeah.
But because of the findings that of these iguanodons in Bernissart, we know that it's actually part of the hand. And in life, this hand would have been, this thumb spike would have been covered by a keratinous sheath, making it much bigger.
So keratin is a material a lot like our fingernails, or our fingernails are made of keratin, actually. So picture like a fingernail-like covering, coating that would have been much longer and presumably a lot sharper, too. More effective as a weapon.
And keratin, it's the same material that you find in your fingernails or in your hair.
There you go.
So it's a material that typically wouldn't fossilize with the rest of these skeletons. The function of the thumb spike, it's still hotly debated. There's no...
Oh, very cool, Dr. Javasaurus, yeah.
But potentially it could have served as predator deterrence, so fighting off potential attackers, or for fighting amongst individuals.
We'll watch a video of this in a minute, too. It's going to be a little bit gruesome. In a video game kind of way.
Resources, like female
donut holder.
Food.
Interesting.
So we still don't know for sure what this thumb spike was used for. Now, on the other side of the hand, down here, we have the pinky finger. And the pinky finger, it's much more flexible. It has many more joints, and it was probably prehensile. So the animal could probably grasp onto things.
I kind of wonder about that, and that's actually one of the reasons why I'm so excited about 3D printing this, is that I don't have access to any actual Iguanodon fossils here in the United States. Iguanodon is a European taxon. but just looking at the overall shapes of these, it'll make it a little bit easier for me to study, because I don't know. I kind of wonder about this hypothesis of it, like, using that like a panda bear uses its, like, weird wrist projection thing to hold bamboo. Like, I don't know. I really do wonder about that. Anywho, yeah.
Pinky finger, it's much more flexible. It has many more joints, and it was probably prehensile, so the animal could probably grasp onto things.
Yeah, that's true, Dr. Javasaurus. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
And whatnot. So we have two, it's almost like a Swiss pocket knife, having these multifunctional digits. And in the center of the hand, we have 3 fingers that served while they were walking on all fours. So in another video clip, we explain why these animals were probably not in this biped position as they are now, but rather walking on 4 legs. And this is one of the features how we know why these digits
big old
are
hoofs.
Adaptations for walking and not for grasping or clawing.
Yep. Very cool. Sorry that was loud. But yeah, here's a link to that video if you'd like to see it for yourself. There's actually a whole series. This guy does a number of different videos on Iguanodon, kind of looking at different aspects of their anatomy. But yeah, this is one of those ways that we can tell that the critter walked on these. This is a big old hoof-like ungule right here. So this is the claw at the end of the ring finger. And it is not sharp. It is kind of flat and spade-like, like that. Ignore this little, that's a print error right there. Ignore that. But, and ignore this too. This is supports that need to come off of this. But it'll be really nice to be able to use this as a teaching tool once it's all done. Yeah, holy cow. This is the hand, and it's not even close to complete yet. The pinky finger is going to be coming off right here, and that thumb spike is going to come off over here. So I'm very excited about that. Oh, shoot, this is going to go on here just like this, I believe. Yeah, there we go. It's a nice fit right there. Nope. Wait, what? Over here? No, it's here. Yeah, there we go. That's the pinky finger right there, or the ring finger right there. So yeah, anyway. It's a big animal, you know? These critters, pretty sizable. You're sticking with Dino Lumberjack with climbing spikes? That's an interesting idea, Gojira. Yeah. That would give a great high five? Agreed, Dr. Terra, and a great thumbs up as well. Yeah. Let's see. I believe we have... where did that go? Oh boy. Monodon. Thumb spike. Oof. So here is some footage from the Jurassic World Evolution game. And this is going to be a little bit... This is a little violent here. So fair warning. But, just kind of your daily reminder that herbivorous dinosaurs could be incredibly fearsome. You would not want to mess with them. So, yeah. Take a look at this. That's Carnotaurus. Oh, boy. Allosaurus. Oof. Cryolophosaurus. What is that? Majungasaurus or somebody? Ceratosaurus. Oof. Oh boy. Carcharodontosaurus maybe? Yeah, it was just a shiv. Ugh. Giganotosaurus? Yowza. Anyway. There's a really lousy Baryonyx. These two dinosaurs actually lived in the same time in the same place, or at least Mantellosaurus and Baryonyx. Mantellosaurus, formerly known as Iguanodon. Yeah. Oof. Anyway, yeah. So yeah. KO indeed, yes, KO. skilled opponent. Ugh. Yeah. So anyway. There's our 3D printer currently printing that deadly thumb spike. Ours is going to be far less deadly because it's going to be made out of plastic and not coated with that keratin sheath like a real-life iguanodon would have, you know? So yeah. Anywho. Welcome, Afro Bandit Girl. It's great to have you here. Luthier. The next Assassin's Creed game will feature an iguanodon from the looks of those clips. I know, right, Luthier? Holy moly. Yeah. Ouchies indeed, Sophie Quests. Yeah. And Helix Fossil says the community has been making paleo mods for these species. Oh, neat. That's cool. Iguanodon was a hugger, says Rodan. I mean... Oh, there's T-Rex. Oof. Spinosaurus. Oh, boy. Yeah. So, did Iguanodon actually use those thumb spikes like that for self-defense? Probably. I mean, whatever it was doing with it seems to have been very much an Iguanodontian thing. There's a whole group of these animals called Styracosternans. Styracosterna. There you go. Yeah. Oh, I think this is from Tom Holtz's website. Yeah, there we go. Styracosterna. These are critters that ancestrally have that thumb spike right there. Spike thumb. There you go. Styracosterna. So that is Iguanodon right here, and its relative in Styracosterna. And Ankylopalexia, that might be a newer name for that clade? I don't know. This derived clade of Iguanodontian ornithopods, which contains the subgroup Styracosterna. Okay. I guess we don't have Styracosterna as an article here on Wikipedia. But here are some of those critters. It's your Iguanodontians and your hadrosaurs. Yeah. And there is the much less robust Iguanodon from England. This is... I think nowadays it's known as Mantellosaurus. So that's actually the same guy as right here, although that's a much older reconstruction. Anyway, we now know that they were... Yeah, this guy may have actually been more bipedal than the Belgian Iguanodon. Should we call it Iguanodon? Should we call it Mantellosaurus? Should we call it... I mean... Some of these things are a little bit arbitrary at this point, but I tend to trust David Norman about this kind of thing, and I think he calls it Mantellosaurus. So, there we go. But apparently Mantellosaurus was named by Greg Paul in 2007. Anyway, if you talk to Iguanodontian researchers, they typically call it Mantellosaurus, which is a little ironic. I don't know, because... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. That's the real reason why dinosaurs went extinct. They all got shivved by Iguanodon. Oh, boy. Yeah. And Dr. Javasaurus says, if I were a hungry Torvosaurus, I'd kind of want to start eating ferns instead of taking on a full-grown Iguanodon. There you go. Yeah. And Dr. Terra, that's an interesting idea. Mods to rank in another future stream? It's an idea. Yeah. Yeah. And Dr. Terra says Mantellosaurus shows up in... It's in Jurassic World Dominion? Really? They added Iguanodon in the movie, but based it on Mantellosaurus. Oh, no. Well... That's par for the course, I suppose. But yeah. Yeah. And Helix Fossil says Iguanodon was so widespread I wouldn't be surprised. That's the thing, Helix Fossil, is that Iguanodon has been something of a wastebasket taxon. So yeah, yeah. I bet you it even says here. There you go. Traditionally been something of a wastebasket taxon. Anyway, a lot of things ended up being called Iguanodon before they were later renamed. Mantellosaurus, Decododon, I don't know how many other critters. Decododon. There we go. It was first described in 1989 as Iguanodon lacodensis by Dave Weishample and Philip R. Bjork. This assignment has been controversial. Yeah. And Greg Paul named it its own taxon, Decododon, its own genus, 2008. There's a maxilla right there. And, yeah, or actually a few different bones of the skull. It's not bad preservation, actually. Wish we had more of it. Yeah, anyway. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And Iguanodontids, now we know exactly Helix fossil, yeah. Yeah. If you go back and watch Walking with Dinosaurs from 1999, they call all of these different Iguanodontians Iguanodon. Nowadays, we've got different genus names for them. But yeah, yeah. And Freelancer says, where a T-Rex is a nice guard dog, the Iguanodon is the bouncer. Sure, yeah, yeah. And is there a meme growing? I don't know, Dr. Javasaurus. Yeah. And yeah, Dr. Javasaurus, they did do a lot of that. And it was still the 1990s, too. You know, Walking with Dinosaurs came about in the middle of, like, an explosion of research in dinosaurs. And so, it's a good thing that, you know, when something comes out in 1999, dinosaur science is undergoing a renaissance, and just about everything that they put into that show is now out of date. Which, that's not a knock on the show. It was great for its time. It's more of a testament to how fast dinosaur paleontology moves. You know? That something from just over 20 years ago is now, like, completely out of date on just about every front. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And how did I miss this? Poggy Woogie, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Poggy Woogie says, hey, have you played The Isle? It's a great game about dinosaurs. I've never played that, no. I'm honestly not much of a video game person. If I'm gonna play a game, Saurian is one that I enjoy a lot more. But yeah, yeah. I've definitely heard of The Isle many, 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 many times. But, it's a multiplayer game, right? I'm not into multiplayer games. Really not into games in general much at all. But yeah. Anyway, welcome, Poggy Woogie. Great to have you here. And if you've got any questions about dinosaurs or about natural history in general, you let me know, okay? Don't be shy with those questions. Yeah. And how diverse was the Iguanodon family in the Wessex Formation? Dr. Tara, I would argue not very diverse at all. There's maybe one or two species at a time, but the Wessex Formation, oh boy, we've got a lot of time represented there, and so it might be two lineages evolving over time, but I very much doubt it's more than that. I think we'd only ever have two species at once, if that. It might even just be one, you know? But yeah. It's the Iguanodon. He runs a dinosaur mafia. There you go, friendly. Welcome back. Good to see you. And hey, Newton Tango, what's shaking? Good to have you here. Yeah. And Dr. Tara, I think we're gonna do that with Ark, actually. And we'll do that as a fundraiser stream. That'll be part of my fundraising stream. I need to buy a generator so that I can do fieldwork streams this summer when I'm out in the field. So yeah. And maybe I'll do the Isle too, we'll see. That could be cool. That could definitely be cool. Yeah. Give me just a minute here, and then we'll get into some fossil news. Let's see. Yeah. Let's get rid of some of these tabs. There we go. In a little while, we'll be doing some dinosaur deep dives, so if you see your name here, like you, Dr. Terra, or you, Layer T, FMSSK, Helix Fossil, Zalok, Missivet, stick around, and we might cover your dinosaur on stream. I'll try and go in order from top to bottom. So yeah. But for right now, let us take a look at this. Let's do some fossil news, shall we? Fossil news, starting now. All right, welcome one and all to Fossil News. And, not sure what's going on there. Triple Helix, thank you for the 6 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Triple Helix. Long Boy Unlocked. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 6 months. That's excellent. And we need an Iguanodon thumbs up emote. I like that idea, Helix Fossil. Just might have to do that. Yeah. Check out this from SciTech Daily. I haven't actually looked to see if the paper's open access yet, but we'll see. Fantastic findings. Study unveils the science behind the bite of saber-toothed carnivores. These are not going to be dinosaurs. Not one of these critters is going to be a dinosaur here. So, yeah, let that be known. This is a saber-tooth mammal. This looks like Thylacosmilus right here, but no, what is it? No, Barbarophilus, never mind. Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't look like a Thylacosmilus skull. Barbarophilus, it is a cat. Research conducted by the University of Liège sheds new light on the mechanisms behind the bites of saber-toothed carnivores. Narimain Chattar, a PhD student at the Eddy Lab of the University of Liège in Belgium. Lots of Belgium today on this stream, huh? Any Belgians here in chat? Dr. Javasaurus? Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah, PhD student led a team of researchers to examine the biting capabilities of Smilodon, an extinct species of carnivore that is related to modern-day felines. By utilizing advanced 3D scanning and simulation techniques, yeah, 3D modeling, excellent. Wave of the future. Wave of the future. It's like the aviator. Wave of the future. Wave of the future. The team discovered how Smilodon was able to bite effectively despite the large size of their teeth. Throughout their evolution, ancient carnivorous mammals developed a diverse array of skull and tooth shapes. However, few have been as striking as those of the iconic saber-toothed felid, Smilodon. And I actually have a Smilodon skull right over here. Yeah, and Liège is actually how it sounds. Okay, Liège. The University of Liège. I should have known with that accent. El acento. Over the E there. Yeah. Anyway, Smilodon is a remarkable saber-toothed cat like this. I actually have a 3D printed Smilodon skull here in my office. Let me grab that real quick. Here. Keep an eye on my 3D printer while I'm going to get that. Be right back. Woo! Here we go. This is actually our state fossil here in California. Because, of course, I am broadcasting to you from the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. This is our state fossil here in California. Smilodon, saber-toothed cat. We've got more Smilodon fossils here in California than anywhere else in the entire world, particularly from Los Angeles, La Brea Tar Pits. Yeah, Smilodon, pretty remarkable critter. Take a look at those teeth. These actually are not the right shape. I'm gonna look into maybe printing a more accurate Smilodon because these teeth are too round. Smilodon teeth don't look like this. They're more blade-like. I didn't realize that when I first printed this thing. But this is our state fossil here in California. Smilodon fatalis, I believe. But yeah. La Brea is in Los Angeles, Triple Helix. In fact, La Brea is in downtown Los Angeles. I visited there with Lordy in August of 2021. August of 2021, I was at the La Brea Tar Pits with Lordy, did a live stream from there. Some of you were here for that. It was a ton of fun. But, anyway, yeah. Pretty cool. And Nivi, you're also from Belgium? Very cool, Nivi. Yeah. Freelancer? Belgian as well? Awesome. Yeah. And Kimmy gonna kill ya. Not gonna kill me, I hope. Welcome, Kimmy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Darian says the one on display at AMH has a broken canine. Ah. We've got one on display right here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Smilodon. There we go. If you're ever in Berkeley, California, make sure you drop by and say hello to this Smilodon skeleton. They're in the... It's in the... You know, in the hallways of the Valley Life Sciences building. In the hallways. It makes it sound like it's roaming about looking for its next kill. No, it's very much stationary, I assure you. Don't be worried. But yeah, that's if you can get into the building. If you're there during daylight hours, then go see this real fossil skeleton. Those are the real fossil bones there, which is really cool. But if you can't get into the building, then you can go to the geology building outside and take a look at this, which is a slightly goofy-looking Smilodon statue in bronze. And the proportions are all wrong on this, but yeah, anywho. I did a live stream from here also in, this is shortly after the La Brea live stream. Yeah, I did a live stream from the Berkeley campus, and I think we saw both of these. Some of you were here for that, too. Eventually, I'll put those up on YouTube. But yeah. Yeah. And Kaya in the Sky says, I've seen Night at the Museum. I know how it works. Avoid that hallway at night. I've been in that hallway at night many times. Yeah. I don't know how states have fossils, says Kimmy. Well, they have official state fossils in the same way that states have official state birds, state folk dances, state minerals, state rocks, state marine mammals, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, there's a list. List of state fossils here in the U.S. There's a link that you can take a look at in chat right there. Wow. Yeah. Some states do not have a state fossil. Yeah, the lame states. But anyway, ours here in California is Smilodon fatalis. Cat sound. I'm gonna do that in the mic. Anyway, Smilodon Here's the Wikipedia article for many, many extinct critters. Is just about the best source of information that you'll find about these animals online, apart from the actual scientific literature. So, yeah. Anyway, a lot of states even have state dinosaurs. Some states have a state fossil and a state dinosaur, and both of those are different dinosaurs. Utah is like that, where its state fossil is Allosaurus, and its state dinosaur is Utahraptor, I think. Here. Let's see. Utah's really been growing on me ever since I went digging there last August and July. Yep. State dinosaur is Allosaurus for Utah. So named in 1988. But Utah state dinosaur is... There we go. Yeah. See, this is why you should never trust Google when it, like, when it tries to give you an answer right here at the top. Like, always be a little bit suspicious, because you type in Utah state dinosaur and it says Allosaurus. Allosaurus is not Utah state dinosaur. It's Utah state fossil. It happens to be a dinosaur, but it's not Utah's official state dinosaur. Utah's official state dinosaur is, here it is on Wikipedia. Scroll down to Utah. It is Utahraptor. It is Utah's official state dinosaur. There's Utahraptor right there in all its feathery glory. Ugh. What a nightmarish creature. And how oddly beautiful, too. Anyway, yeah. And Kimmy says, is Florida a lame state? I think you have a state fossil in Florida, Kimmy. You can look at the link and figure it out. Yeah, Hawaii doesn't have a state fossil, which I think Hawaii might actually have some fossil fish. They should make that their state fossil pronto. But they haven't done so yet. So right now they're part of the lame states roster. Yeah. And very funny, Darien Beagle. You're the state fossil for Connecticut? Really? So you're, hang on. Darien Beagle is dinosaur tracks. Eubrontes giganteus. Really? Darien Beagle. I didn't know that you were Eubrontes. Which I think might make you the subject of a U-Haul truck artwork. Eubrontes, U-Haul. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Take a look at that. So here's Darien Beagle, everybody. Yeah. That's actually really cool. You're looking very cool there, Darien Beagle. I've never rented a U-Haul truck before myself, but if I ever do, I will 100% insist that I get one with a dinosaur or some other fossil critter on the side, you know? Yeah, yeah. Welcome, Citizen. 69105, how you doing? Welcome. But yeah, yeah. Anyhow, you didn't know dinosaurs had U-Hauls? It's more the other way around, DNH. U-Hauls have dinosaurs. But there's Eubrontes. I think this is from, oh boy, what's it called? There's a very famous fossil track site in Connecticut, in the Connecticut River Valley. Yeah, yeah. Anywho. Yeah, where were we going with this? Oh yeah, Smilodon. Take a look at that jaw gape right there. Pretty impressive. It's, yeah. You might call it, if you're real corny, fantastic. Yeah. Let's see. Throughout their evolution, ancient carnivorous mammals developed a diverse array of skull and tooth shapes. However, few have been as striking as that of the iconic saber-toothed felid Smilodon. Other groups of mammals, such as extinct nimravids, who are themselves not cats, they're relatives of cats, but they're not cats, also evolved similar morphology, but with shorter canines, akin to those of modern-day lions, tigers, caracals, and domestic cats, etc. The phenomenon of similar morphological features appearing in different groups of organisms is known as convergent evolution. Convergent evolution.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Wrong. Hang on.
They were wrong.
Nope, that's not right either. Nope. There we go. Convergent evolution. Yeah, we talked about this on Friday. Convergent evolution is when unrelated creatures develop similar structures because they're doing a similar kind of job. It's kind of like a good example of convergent evolution would be let's see if we can find the ichthyosaur and dolphin and there you go, yeah. Sharks, ichthyosaurs, dolphins, and penguins have all evolved kind of similar body shapes, despite not being closely related to each other at all. You know? One of these is a cartilaginous fish. One of them is some kind of weird marine reptile. One of them is a dinosaur, the penguin. And the dolphin is a hoofed mammal. But they've all evolved a similar body shape because they're doing a similar kind of ecological job. They're kind of... yeah. They're doing something kind of similar to one another, and so... yeah. They end up with a similar kind of overall morphology. You know? Yeah, yeah. Or like a Tasmanian tiger, that's a great example. Hojo cat, yeah, yeah. A Tasmanian tiger, also known as a thylacine, looks kind of like a wolf. This is not a wolf. This is more closely related to an opossum or a kangaroo. And the females actually had a pouch with little babies inside. They could also stretch their jaws open really, really wide, much wider than a wolf. This critter not related to a wolf, and yet, or a dog or a coyote or anything like that. It's not anywhere close to placental mammals, and yet they've developed, or they had developed, a very kind of like wolf-like morphology over time. Because, well, yeah. They're doing a similar kind of job, and so they evolved a similar body shape. The more closely related you are, the easier it is to develop, like, convergently similar traits. So, you know, if an extremely distantly related creature, like an octopus, were to develop a lifestyle similar to a wolf, it would be a lot harder for it to develop into something that looked like a wolf. It's got a very distant starting point. But critters like this, you know, this would have evolved from something that would have looked kind of like a possum, maybe. But with a wolf-like lifestyle, it ends up developing kind of a similar morphology to a wolf. So yeah, yeah. Or marsupial lions. There you go, Dr. Davasaurus, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, thylacines are extinct, unfortunately. The Australian government, like, made that happen. They paid people to kill the last of the thylacines. Yeah. Yeah, but they really were remarkable animals. I mean, take a look. This is color footage. I think one of the very last of the thylacines in captivity. This is not a dog, it's not a wolf, it's not a coyote. This is a marsupial, related to kangaroos and possums. Yeah. Man. See what they've taken from us, you know? Shame. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, yeah. Astronomy Show says Florida does not have a state dinosaur. You know, Florida should do something cheeky. And they should name a fossil bird. They should name Titanus their state dinosaur. I don't know why they haven't done that yet. But they 100% should. Yeah. Titanus walleri. This huge carnivorous bird. Holy cow. Yeah. This should be Florida's state dinosaur. But I don't know if that would ever make it through the Florida State House. Given that it's Florida, you might have people, you know, state representatives objecting to this. Yeah. You'll take it, citizen? I mean, wouldn't that be an awesome state dinosaur? And I think they have, I don't remember if it's Florida or Texas has more material of Titanus, but Florida and Texas are the only two places where you can find it. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and whoa, that's a bird. It is indeed, Astronomy Show. It is indeed. Yeah. Florida is in favor of all meat eaters. You know, yeah, but a lot of, I don't know, if there is a second, third, fourth, or fifth grade class with an enterprising teacher who loves science in the state of Florida, they should totally do this as a project, you know? Start writing to their state government and try and get this approved as the official state dinosaur of Florida. Like we had here in California, or like Utah has, you know, any other state that has a state dinosaur. Show you a real quick clip here. Let's see. Yeah. There we go.
This. We're proud to have it as the only dinosaur that is native only to California.
That's not actually true.
A dinosaur. What Bloom wants to be the next state symbol would be the state dinosaur.
It's a duck-billed dinosaur. It's a leaf eater. It was in California about 70 million years ago.
The Augustinophus morrissey.
Had you heard of this dinosaur before you reached out to the scientific community?
Not in my entire life.
August.
I mean, it's basically Saurolophus. I mean, oh boy.
Stenophilus morrissey.
Very good.
Augustinophus.
That's
His friends call him Augie.
That's Greg Lucas, the state librarian.
I know, and I'm honored to be the California state fossil.
Lucas is keeping...
No, he's not. Smilodon. Smilodon is our official state fossil. Very funny guy.
Of all the state symbols.
I mean, we have fossils. We have an official state tree, an official motto, marine fish, freshwater fish, silver, gold rush town, gold rush town.
And he should know them. Before he was librarian, Lucas was a reporter too.
When I worked for the San Francisco Chronicle, one of the bills we had to cover was the bill that created the saber-toothed cat as the official state fossil. And it was carried by a gentleman named Ralph Dills, who had come to the assembly in 1936. And by the time he carried this bill, he was about 80 years of age and change. And so it was every time he'd bring up the bill, like there'd be all this snickering in the audience about, oh, is he making himself the official state fossil?
And the Augustinophus...
Everybody's a comedian. Everybody's a comedian. Anyway, here in the San Francisco Bay Area, in California, Smilodon is our official state fossil. So first, to come full circle again, let's get back to saber-tooth mammals here. Yeah. Back on topic. Here we go. Belids and nimravids are amazing examples of convergence. Yes, indeed they are. As there are no modern equivalents of animals with such saber-shaped teeth, the hunting method of Smilodon and similar species have remained obscure and hotly debated. It was first suggested that all saber-tooth species hunted in the same way, regardless of the length of their canine teeth. A hypothesis that is now controversial. So the question remained, how did this variety of saber-tooth cats hunt? And what a cool figure here. Holy moly. That's really, really neat. It looks like, from this figure, they went and did themselves some FEA. I wonder if anybody in chat happens to know, what does that acronym mean? FEA. Type your answer into chat if you know. These look like FEA heat maps right here. I'll be really impressed if anybody knows. Yeah. Nafron. Ooh. 2 out of 3 there, Nafron. Yeah. What does the A stand for? The A is the easy part. No executive storm. Hey, family-friendly chat, please. There you go, CMC Airboss. Yes, indeed. Finite element analysis. So, finite element analysis is it's a method that I think engineers have been using for a long time. Basically, you generate a computer model, and you can kind of find stress points, points of weakness. What's the strongest part? What's the weakest part? Where might it fail? Finite element analysis. Let's see if we can find a real quick video about this. It's gonna be trickier than it looks. I don't see one under 9 minutes yet.
Structural finite element analysis can seem quite scary, especially when you drill down the formulas behind how
very
it's
scary.
Arrived. It is also a very important tool to solve complex structural problems.
Don't go running away. We're just going to cruise right through this.
The forefront, where you'll be and it's
sponsored, blah, blah, blah.
Elements, and this is what people traditionally think as FEA assessment.
Anyway, yeah, so you're generating models like this.
It's hard to get the results out of. So typically you try and avoid them where you can, and where you can.
Yeah, basically, let's just look at those heat maps. Let's get to those. Where are they?
Big walls. One way you can mimic cracking in a plated system is to change the material. So by reducing the Young's modulus.
Yeah. Anywho, let's see those models. Where are they? The heat maps. Let's give them to us.
It has a resist gravity point load. Go down the dynamic. The blades can.
Oh come on! We want those visuals.
Description. Much like these many.
Disappointing. Anyway, it's been used on dinosaurs many, many times. FEA dinosaur skull. So here's a heat map of a Tyrannosaurus skull, an FEA, finite element analysis. And so those different parts of the skull, which are like bright red, are the parts that would have the highest stress, like that. There you go. And view publication. Studying function behavior in the fossil record. Anyway, yeah. Here's a heat map of the lower jaws of some of these saber-tooth critters. These are all cats, I suppose. There's a tiger at the top, and you can see it's got bright red up there, implying that its jaws are not evolved for as strong biting as that of Barbarophilis, or Smilodon or Barbarophilis. There we go. Yeah. 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 An orchid, yeah, finite element analysis. If I missed that, I apologize. Welcome back, orchids. Good to see you. Yeah. And also finite element method. Sure, Boba Banks, yeah. Yeah. The enormous canines of the extinct saber-toothed cat Smilodon. That's this critter right here. Yeah. Implied this animal had to open its jaws extremely wide, 110 degrees, according to some authors. That's not 110 degrees temperature, that's 110 degrees geometrically. So, yeah, the jaw on this doesn't actually move, but this would have to go out like that. We have to open its jaws really, really, really wide in order to bring those canines to bear on its prey. Because, I mean, shoot. If it could only open its jaws this wide, it's... Like, my hand doesn't even fit in there. Good luck using those big, scary teeth if it can't open its jaws very wide, you know? Like, haha. Don't say haha to a Smilodon. It's not a good idea. Because they could open their jaws wider than that. Imagine these teeth... I was going to say sinking into the back of your neck, but those wouldn't go into your neck. Those would go clear through your neck. Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine that, chat. Holy cow. Yeah. Grizzly. Grizzly. Anyway. The mechanical feasibility and efficiency of Smilodon and its relatives' bite at such a large angle is unknown, leaving a gap in our understanding of this very fundamental question about saber-tooth predators. But by using high-precision 3D scanners and analytical methods derived from engineering, like FEA, an international team of Belgian and North American scientists has just revealed how these animals probably used their impressive weapons. Nariman Chattar, a PhD student at the Eddy Lab at the University of Liège. They didn't put the accent on this E. It's a good thing I remembered how to pronounce it. And lead author of the study, collected a large amount of three-dimensional data. She first scanned and modeled the skulls, mandibles are the lower jaws, and muscles of extinct and extant, so dead and living, species of felids and nemravids, too. Each species was analyzed in several scenarios. A bite was simulated on each tooth at 3 different biting angles. 30 degrees, as commonly seen in extant felids, but also larger angles, 60 degrees, and 90 degrees. In total, we carried out 1,074 bite simulations to cover all the possibilities, explains Chattar. To do this, the young researcher used finite element method. There you go. This is an exciting application of the finite element approach, which allows paleontologists to modify computationally, simulate different bite angles, and to subject skull models to various stresses without damaging the precious fossil specimens. Says, oh, holy cow, Jack Seng. Huh. Jack Seng, professor and curator of paleontology at the University of California, Berkeley. I didn't know he was a co-author on this study. He is also here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, just down the road from me in Berkeley, California. Yeah. Is anybody tired of that yet? I'm eager to use it. I just made that today, you know? Another traveling ad to DNH. You know? Yeah. Viewers are going to say, you know, I've got a sudden inexplicable urge to go visit the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Why have these feelings arisen in me so suddenly? You know? Yeah. You know, I have no idea why you might suddenly be feeling so. Not sponsored content. I just thought it would be funny. Anyway, Miss Yvette says flooded San Fran. That was like a week and a half ago, Miss Yvette. Get out of here. It's beautiful and sunny today. Anyhow, so yeah, Professor Jack Seng, who you should follow on Twitter. He's at Berkeley right now. I think he's the current professor of vertebrate paleontology? Forget. Co-author of the study. He says, our comprehensive analyses provide the most detailed insight to date on the diversity and nuances of saber-tooth bite mechanics. One of the results obtained by the team is the understanding of the distribution of stress or pressure on the mandible, the lower jaw, during biting. So the stress shows a continuum across the animals analyzed,
with the highest values measured in species with the shortest upper canines and the lowest stress values measured in the most extreme examples of saber-tooth species. So interesting, as these crazy teeth got bigger and bigger, the stress on the lower jaw here, on the lower jaw, was lessened. Interesting. So as you embiggen these canines up top, things get easier for your lower jaw, apparently. It's very interesting. Huh. The researchers also noted that stress decreased with increasing bite angle, but only in saber-tooth species. However, the way in which these animals transmitted force to the bite point and the deformation of the mandible resulting from the bite were remarkably similar across the dataset, indicating comparable effectiveness regardless of canine length. Jaw-dropping result, right, Andy? Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah. The results show both the possibilities... oh, wait, no, hang on. However, the way in which these animals transmitted the force to the bite point and the deformation of the mandible resulting... Oh, yeah. The results show the possibilities and limits of evolution. Animals facing similar problems and their respective ecosystems often end up looking alike through convergent evolution. However, Nariman Shatar's results also show that there can be several ways to be an effective killer, whether you are saber-toothed or not, concludes Valentin Fischer. This phenomenon, called many-to-one systems, means that distinct morphologies can result in a similar function, such as the fact that bears and cats are both effective fishers. This is actually something I'm working on right now, and I think that's a bad example. But we'll get into that another time. I'm not going to fall down that rabbit hole at present. This multiplicity of morphologies indicates that there is no single optimal form of saber-toothed predator. Very cool. And this is in Proc B, and holy cow, it is open access. Here is the actual paper here. I don't think we'll dwell on this for long, but take a look. That's a link to the paper right there. Pretty neat. Yeah. And Quarm. Oh, that's audio from it drowns out your mic? Thank you, Quarm. I appreciate that feedback. I'll turn down the volume on the San Francisco scene. And Mikey Likes says, I was stationed down the road at Fort Ord. And I spent almost 6 months in Letterman Army Med Center in sunny San Francisco. I know better. Well, yeah. Mikey Likes. I really enjoy the fog in San Francisco. But it has gotten significantly sunnier in recent decades. As Earth's climate warms, we're getting less and less fog in San Francisco. Which I think is a bad thing, but a lot of people enjoy that. I don't know. Anyway, it's probably sunny there right now. Yeah. But yeah, how you doing, Lenino? Welcome, welcome. Mayor of Space, once again, with some sage wisdom here. Mayor of Space says, the stress decreased only in saber-tooth species, not in the prey species, where the stress actually increased. Good point, Mayor of Space, good point. Won't somebody please think of the herbivores? Who will think of the herbivores? Thank you, Mayor of Space. Yeah. Yeah. And, jaguars and tigers are good at fishing. Not so much my cat. There you go, Gojira. Yeah. Actually, I don't think tigers are good at fishing. And I don't think jaguars are particularly good at fishing either. Fishing cats and flat-headed cats are the cats that are really good at fishing. Yeah. I should know. I've been working on them a little bit for an upcoming a paper soon to be published, hopefully. And thank you, Mikey Likes. Hey, I know. Nobody's got to sell me on San Francisco being a truly great American city. But yeah, I hear you, Mikey Likes. I hear you. My dad grew up in San Francisco, and also in Pacifica, California. which has an even bigger reputation for being foggy than San Francisco does, believe it or not. So yeah. But anyway, anytime I go from the East Bay, where I live, into San Francisco, into beautiful, sunny San Francisco, I always make sure not just to put flowers in my hair, but also to bring a sweater or a jacket or something, because it's going to be colder in San Francisco than it will be in the East Bay. It always is. You got the ocean right there. It's a city surrounded on 3 sides by water. It's going to be chillier than it is in the East Bay. So yeah. And no, sea lions aren't cats. Did I say they were, Dr. Javasaurus? Shoot. Yeah. And Gopher Fluffernut, how are you doing? Welcome, Gopher. Good to have you here. But yeah. And you thought a commercial was rolling at first, but instead it was that. There you go, Mirror Space. I wish I could get paid for that, but nope. Yeah. And yeah, there you go. Yeah, Mikey likes. Oh, and that's Monterey. Oh, very cool, Mikey likes. Monterey is far from San Francisco. Yeah, that's like a 3-hour drive, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, Monterey, that's where the Monterey Bay Aquarium is, who often streams here on Twitch. We've raided them a number of times before. But yeah. The deepest part of San Francisco Bay, actually, that is a great question. Who can tell me what the deepest part of San Francisco Bay is? Type your answer into chat. What is the deepest part of San Francisco Bay? It's something like 900 feet deep. Whereas most of the bay averages like, what, 6 feet deep or something like that? Maybe less? Yeah. The part with more water, but what's it called, Layer T? Well, let's take a look real quick, shall we? San Francisco Bay depth chart. It is the Golden Gate Strait, and I will show you. Let's see. San Francisco Bay is actually really interesting. Because it's very recent. San Francisco Bay did not exist until just a few thousand years ago. There we go. Yeah. So, the shallowest parts of the bay are the parts that are like teal colored here. The darker the color, the deeper it is. And right there, the Golden Gate Bridge runs across right here. Right there at Fort Point. That's where the Golden Gate Bridge is. Which, again, right here. Right down there. So right down here is the very deepest part of San Francisco Bay. Yeah, can you believe it? Right there. But it makes a lot of sense because this is like a tidal estuary system. So there's various rivers that feed into this, particularly the American River that runs up past Sacramento. That comes from way over here, and then all that water rushes out at low tide, and you get really, really strong currents along here. And ages ago, the bay did not exist. Sea levels were lower, and the actual shoreline was miles in that direction, way out there by the Farallon Islands. And so this was just a huge river that ran through here, and it carved a canyon through this area, through the Golden Gate Strait. And then, at the end of the last ice age, when all of those glaciers melted, raised global sea levels, these low-lying areas in here, which used to be like a vast Serengeti roamed by American bison and ground sloths and saber-toothed cats and dire wolves and mastodons and mammoths and horses and American lions and all these other critters. They were going extinct around the same time, maybe because of overhunting by humans who had just arrived on the scene. But anyway, all this area started to flood, too. And now it is San Francisco Bay. And so what used to be a river running through here, out to the coast, out to the shore, it all flooded, and this big depression right here, which used to be probably an enormous waterfall right there, because it's so deep in this area. This is now all underwater, and that is underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. So yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? Oh yeah. Yeah. And approach to the Golden Gate. You are right, CMC Airboss. Yep, that is the deepest part. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But yeah. And it makes sense. More water velocity during tide changes, more erosion. Exactly, CMC. That's part of it. That's part of it. That area continues to be eroded to this day. But yeah. Yeah. Icahn says, I just recently learned that honeybees are not native to North America. I know, isn't that nuts? Or I think European honeybees aren't. I think we had honeybees here in the Pleistocene, Icahn, but they would have come over from elsewhere, probably from Eurasia, around the same time that other introduced species walked across the Bering Land Bridge, like mammoths. Like, who else would have walked? Anyway, other critters did that too, including us, humans, ancestors of American native people. You know, American Indians walked across that Bering Land Bridge from Asia about 14,000 years ago, give or take a few thousand years. But you know, at the end of the day, what's a few thousand years between friends discussing paleontology, you know? It's nothing. It's, ain't no thing. And, yeah, hey, Bambi S, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Aditya, I am doing fieldwork this summer in Utah and Wyoming, it looks like. Maybe Montana, too. We'll have to see about that. But yeah. Yeah. And
those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
Thank you, Dark Tarkonis, for the 23 months of support. Really appreciate that, Dark Tarkonis. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 23 months. It's a long time. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Appreciate you. Thank you very much. And before we take a look at that Smilodon and other saber-tooth mammals paper, let's check on our Iguanodon thumb spike. And it seems to be printing pretty well here. Very nice. It's like longer than I was... Go look at this, figure out what's going on, because it's hard to decipher from this angle. Okay, cool. Man, that's gonna be a big old thumb spike. Holy cow. Yeah. Very nice. Very excited about that. I guess that's going to attach over here, I think? Shoot. Like that? Anyway, we'll talk more about this later. Let's finish up this paper and get into our sauropods. Here is the paper in Proc B, Proceedings of the Royal Society B. make this? How do I embiggen this? Oh, I gotta use those. Okay. Many to one function of cat-like mandibles, lower jaws. Highlights a continuum of saber-tooth adaptations. Yeah, and there is... See Jack saying it right there at UCMP in Berkeley. Yeah, very cool. Let's take a look at those figures. There's those heat maps there of those lower jaws. Very cool. And very interesting that those reds kind of disappear when you start to develop those saber fangs, like in Hoplophonius, Barbarophilis, Homotherium, Machairodus, and Smilodon here. Yeah, interesting. Where's our Smilodon? Anyway, very cool stuff. A lot of this FEA stuff is going to sail over my head because, I don't know, a lot of my research is not, like, quantitative like this. Not much of a numbers guy, to be honest. That is not my strength. A lot of my research is more qualitative. Which, yeah, makes me appreciate this stuff all the more. Very cool, because I couldn't do this kind of work. So neat stuff. Yeah. The Badlands Nature Preserve in Palo Alto? I do not, Miss Yvette. Interesting. Down south there? South Bay? Cool. And your Cata saber-tooth type mandibles? Really, SV Harkin? Is that so? Cool. This is very interesting. Yeah, let me give you a link to this paper. Because, again, it is open access. There you go right there. So you can download this for yourself and read about it. Like me, it might sail over your head, much of this. But their conclusions are really cool. Interesting stuff. So yeah. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. And you have a resin Smilodon Fatalis skull from Bone Clones. Very cool, Mr. Snipes. Very cool. That's probably more accurate than my Smilodon here, whose canine teeth are the wrong shape. They are too wide right here. I'm going to see about correcting that. Because the rest of this seems pretty good. But, yeah, I'm going to see if I can improve that. Anyway, so moving forward from Smilodon and other saber-tooth cats. What do you say we start talking about sauropods a little bit? I actually ended up making a special sauropod command using this new paper. Somebody type in ! Sauropods. Sauropods plural. Almost got it, Lenina. I was debating, should it be sauropod or sauropods? I'd like to figure out a way to make it both. But, there you go. There is a link to that new paper. Some of you probably saw this earlier. But, yeah. I said, if you want to get into sauropods, this primer / overview, written by a sauropod expert, is an excellent way to start. No paywall, by the way, and I first heard about this from, shout out to Carrie Woodruff, now Dr. Carrie Woodruff, old colleague of mine. We used to dig together in Montana. He just got his PhD at the University of Toronto, I believe, last year. But yeah, he says a good way to start the week. Sauropod historian Martin Sander has just published a good primer on sauropods. Definitely every warren imaginable to go down with every topic. Warren, he means like rabbit hole. But a good synthesis / how-to pod for those unfamiliar with the best clade of dinosaurs. Of course, Carrie Woodruff is a sauropod specialist. Even if he ended up doing his PhD on Pachycephalosaurus, like you see there. Carrie will always be a sauropod guy at heart. Sauropods will always be his first love. And he's one of the world authorities on these, so if he says this is a good paper, then holy cow, is this going to be a good paper. This is not going to be new findings on sauropods, but this is what we call a primer. So a primer here, this is in current biology, a primer is like a basic introduction on a subject, often written by an expert, to just kind of walk you through what these critters are like. And it would be really nice if there were some illustrations here, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like there are. Cobraven says if you want to get into sauropods, they're pretty big, so you could probably fit. There you go, Cobraven, yes. Sauropods are the largest of the dinosaurs and also the largest land animals to have ever lived. These are your classic long-necked, four-legged dinosaurs. They're often the critter that comes to mind when, for a lot of people, when you first say the word dinosaur, this is maybe the kind of animal that jumps to mind. Although they couldn't jump, so that's a little paradoxical. A little too heavy for that. Not built for jumping, but they were built for walking across the land. And let's find that. Let's see. Sideshow Apatosaurus. This is a beautiful, beautiful Apatosaurus model. Holy cow. And this is kind of what helped inspire our sauropod emotes here on this channel. My Apatosaurs. Like you see right there. Yeah. This is the dinosaur formerly known as Brontosaurus. Some people still call it that, but I don't know. Yeah. Apatosaurus. I love the coloration on this too. Beautiful paint job. But yeah. You can add alias to Nightbot commands. Yeah, I can. Oh. And it is pronounced primer. No, it's primer. I can't hear. Primer is paint that you apply as an undercoat that you get the top coat and like the actual color to adhere to. But when you're talking about like an overview of a subject, it's called a primer. UK folks, back me up on this. But even as Americans, you know, it's properly pronounced primer. Let's see. Let's see. Pronunciation of primer. There we go. Primer in American English and British English. In American English, it's clear cut. A primer, pronounced primer, is a school book, and a primer, rhyming with climber, is the first coat of something like the white stuff you roll on a drywall before you put it in real paint or an explosive cap. Would also be a primer. Yeah. But in British English, the pronunciation that is closer to primer, rhyming with climber, is usually used for all the meanings. Oh. I thought in Great Britain it was, most people said primer. Anyway, in American English, if we're gonna be prescriptivist about it, primer is the way to say it. So yeah. Where's the second M? It's hiding behind the first one, Mayor Space. They're lined up just perfect, so you can't actually see them. The second M is silent. Or no, it's not silent. It's invisible. You can hear it, but you can't see it. Anyway, yeah. Yes, to hide their numbers. There you go, Mayor Space. Yes, they walk in single file to hide their numbers. But Lenina says it might be an intentional mispronunciation. He does that. Lenina. Have I ever purposefully mispronouncified a word? on any of these broadcasts. I would never dream of doing such a thing. Never. Whether I'm discussing Pokemons or video games or celebrities such as Kim Kardashian moms, never would I mispronounce anything, ever. It's a strategery. There you go, Gojira. Yeah. Mayor Spice says anime. What does that mean? Yeah. We're not in the stream of the Tradoon later. I think we are, Zalak. I think we are. Anyway, yeah. Let's get back to our sauropod primer here, shall we? Again, type in ! Sauropods. If you'd like this, I really cannot recommend this highly enough. People ask me all the time, Danny, how do I learn more information about a certain group of dinosaurs? And I usually point them to Wikipedia as a wonderful resource. You can bet your boots that the Wikipedia article for sauropods will be citing this article probably within the next couple days. This is a wonderful little primer put together by a sauropod expert, Martin Sander. Yeah. So let's take a look at it real quick, and let's talk about sauropods a bit, shall we? And I'm sure we'll go down all kinds of interesting rabbit holes here, just like Carrie Woodruff had prophesied there. But yeah. You think we'd all bow? We'd have to, Trek Nerd. Yeah, of course. But yeah. Anywho. So Martin Sander writes, this article begins as many others on sauropods before it. Sauropod dinosaurs were the largest animals to ever walk the earth by far. The largest sauropods were easily 4 times heavier than the largest land mammals, and the largest other dinosaur species, for that matter. Which is true. They're also infinitely heavier than whales. You know, because whales don't weigh anything. They live in the water. They don't have to support their weight on land. So yeah, you could say that sauropod dinosaurs are the heaviest animals that have ever lived. If you wanted to. Let me give you kind of a taste for how big these animals would be. This is Patagotitan right here, one of the largest of the titanosaurs. Here it is next to the largest and heaviest mammal of our time. Or heaviest on land, at least. Again, whales don't count. They cheat. That's a bull African elephant right here, and a big one at that. And that's Patagotitan. An enormous titanosaur. And so, yeah. Pretty cool critter. Infinitely more is an invalid measurement. It's infinitely invalid. You're right, Salak. You're right. Let's see. There we go. These are another kind of titanosaur called Dreadnoughtus, also from Patagonia in Argentina. Really enormous creatures. So titanosaurs like this are the only lineage of sauropods, as far as I know, that make it all the way to the end of the Cretaceous period. Basically, from the early Jurassic onward, you've got somewhere in the world an enormous lineage of sauropod dinosaurs, like sauropods that just got huge. And these guys seem to have maybe reached the upper threshold for how big animals can get on land. Because nobody else before or since has even managed to get close to as big as these critters were on land. Just absolutely incredible. They are the longest and tallest and heaviest, and according to Carrie Woodruff at least, best animals to have ever evolved on land. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. And yeah, they are so cool, aren't they, Lenino? And Prehistoric Planet really got the sauropod feet right for this. They didn't make them, like, you know, elephant-like, because these guys did not have elephant-like feet. I think the feet are a lot more interesting looking than those of elephants. Oh, yeah. Very, very cool critters. This is from Prehistoric Planet, by the way, which you can watch for free as long as Apple Plus TV or whatever it's called still has that free trial thing going, which I think they do. Yeah. It is well worth it, even paying for it for a little while, to catch Prehistoric Planet. Never has a, well, this is currently the most compelling, accurate, you know, dinosaur documentary out there. Just came out last year, 2022. So yeah. But yeah. When do you think Danny will do my deep dive, Miss Yvette? Miss Yvette, yours is... It'll probably be in a few days, Miss Yvette. Maybe I'll do it on Wednesday. Yeah, or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But after we get through this sauropod thing, I'll start doing deep dives for today. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Back to the paper here. The iconic body plan of sauropods is dominated by their very long neck, and some species exceeding 14 meters in length. Imagine if your neck was 14 meters long. That's like over 50 feet. For those non-metric knowers here in the chat. There you go. Oh, sorry, no. 45.93 feet. Okay. But yeah. Imagine if you had a 46-foot long neck. 14 meters. Holy cow. Pretty extraordinary. No turtlenecks for them. I mean, they could wear a turtleneck, but it would look like a crew neck, you know? It would look like a V-neck. It would look like a tank top on a sauropod. That doesn't even make any sense. I don't know what I'm saying, but the thing is, these critters had very, very long necks. Just extraordinary. Look at those necks. Yeah. Where were we? There we go. They were provided with a relatively small head, and the neck was mostly held horizontally or at a low angle. We're starting to kind of reconsider this for some dinosaurs. I know Martin Sander, he does have a horse in this fight, actually. He thinks that a lot of these animals would have had their necks held out more horizontal. I kind of suspect that macronarian sauropods, your chimerosaurs, your brachiosaurs, titanosaurs would have had necks that were more upright like this. But yeah, the massive but relatively short trunk, he doesn't mean a trunk like an elephant, he means a trunk like the torso. The torso was supported by 4 columnar legs, much like in an elephant. Their feet are not elephant-like, though. The bones in the forefoot of sauropods are oriented vertically, and in some late forms even lost their finger bones, walking on their metacarpals, which is really nuts. Imagine if you were so big and massive that your lineage eventually just lost your fingers. And you just basically, it's like you're walking around on your knuckles. There's no fingers there anymore. Yeah. Because those fingers are kind of a weak link, so they eventually just disappeared. And you're transferring weight directly, you know, down your arms and into your knuckles, and your knuckles are what's contacting the ground. No more fingers anymore. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Do we know how high trees got at that epoch? Zalek, pretty tall. We do know that a lot of trees, like, we have things like, Araucaria. Yeah, trees kind of like this. The modern monkey puzzle tree. This is kind of a classic tree to put in dinosaur documentaries. It's also the national tree of Chile.
No expense.
Thank you, Newton Tango, for that gift sub.
SGT_Raccoon
Really appreciate that, Newton Tango. Thank you, thank you. That's wonderful. It really is. Yeah. Sergeant Raccoon, enjoy that gift sub there. And thank you for your generosity, Newton Tango. Thank you for supporting this broadcast. We've got a ways to go to get to our sub goal for the day. But thank you for helping us with that a little bit. Appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, the national tree of Chile, Araucaria araucana, had relatives that go all the way back to the Cretaceous and Jurassic periods. Araucaria bidwilli, there we go, is a similar one. I'm actually growing one of these in my apartment right now. I'll show it to you once it gets better established, but I don't want to disturb it now. It just got transplanted, and I don't want to bother it. But yeah. So these trees get like well over 100 feet tall. And presumably, the time that these guys were alive, they would have also gotten about that tall. Something close to that. So yeah. Yeah. The hind leg, which bore most of the weight, has half upright foot. The femur, or thigh bone, was the largest bone in the skeleton, which we talked about. That was one of our questions on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on Friday. Congrats to everybody who got that question right. Femur is the largest bone in the skeleton, like in most other true land vertebrates, amniotes. The long tail was counterbalanced by the long neck was counterbalanced by a long tail, base of which also functioned as the anchoring region of the giant muscles that pulled back the hind leg during walking. Anyway, all kinds of really cool stuff about sauropods in here. Here's some lovely figures of sauropods from this movie, this museum, the Anhui Geological Museum in Hefei.
Dinosaur fan.
Gargoware, thank you for the 2 months of support. Femur, indeed, Gargoware. Thank you for the 2 months of support. Appreciate you. Yeah. Planted one in your apartment? Better get a sauropod to trim it. They're very slow growing, Orchid. Yeah. I'm hoping I can keep it alive, or I'm hoping my roommates can keep it alive while I'm doing fieldwork this summer. Because I'm going to be gone for like 2 months, probably. Maybe longer. But yeah. Here is a beautiful little cladogram showing these different groups of sauropods doing their thing during the Mesozoic, during the Age of Dinosaurs. So yeah, let me annotate this real quick, actually. Yeah. And can I scoot this to the side? I can. Excellent. Yeah. So sauropods start right here, and shoot, let's make that a different color, shall we? You can actually see it. Sauropods start right here. So everything from here on out is a true sauropod. All of these guys are all sauropods. Yeah.
Hold on to your butts.
And so most of these guys have a decent run, and then they go extinct. So Mamenchisaurs go extinct in the early Cretaceous. Turriosaurs go extinct in the mid-Cretaceous. Dicraeosaurs, Diplodocids, Camarasaurs actually go extinct at the end of the Jurassic. Brachiosaurs go extinct at the beginning of the late Cretaceous. Other early branching spondylids go extinct there too. Titanosaurs, right here, are the only group that make it to the very end of the Cretaceous period. This is when that giant asteroid strikes the Earth right here, 66 million years ago. 66 mil. And all of the dinosaurs go extinct except for birds right here. So yeah. Sauropods had a really, really good run. They're around for, I guess the true sauropods actually evolve in the Jurassic period, and they go strong throughout the Jurassic into the Cretaceous, and at least one group, Titanosaurs, survives until the very, very end of the Cretaceous period. So these critters are around for, you know, well over 100 million years. So salute to sauropods. Really cool group of dinosaurs. And, shoot, the biggest animals to ever walk our planet. Pretty impressive, you know? Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, it's not the dinosaur we built. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
Layer T. Thank you.
Like a normal person again. Thanks, Danny. Literally the reason I get up in the morning.
Oh, Layer T, you are too kind. Seriously, I appreciate your kind words, and I really appreciate that support. 5 months. Thank you, Layer T. That means a lot to me. Really appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah. Jody Fish says 100 million years, and all they did was get huge. I mean, they did other really cool things, Jody Fish. Well, what are you saying? That they never wrote the great American novel, or they never had their picture on a box of Wheaties? Who cares? They're the biggest animals to ever walk the earth. That's quite the accomplishment, you know? Anyway. So yeah. Again, feel free to type in the word sauropods, preceded by an exclamation mark, anytime you'd like to pull up that command with this new paper. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, and Jody Fish, a few millennia off. Yeah, a few thousand millennia, Jody Fish, yes. A few 100,000 millennia. Or a few tens of millennia. Tens of hundreds of millennia. Tens of thousands of millennia. Anyway, you're right, Jody Fish, yeah. But yeah. They got here first, says Astronomy Show? They did. Anyway. What do you say we get into some dinosaur deep dives here? I think that's a fine idea. And, yeah. But first, we're gonna change our streaming category real quick. Because, shoot, we are currently top of the heap here in science and technology. And let's give Balint a chance to be top of the heap here. In number of viewers for science and technology. Let's change us to just chatting for great justice. Yeah. There we go. And let's get into our dinosaur deep dives. Who is here in chat right now? Dr. Terry, you've got first dibs if you're here. We'll do Chilesaurus. And anybody else? Xander Jiggles, Trappy Jenkins, Layer T, Carpermania. Anybody else here? Yeah. Oh, and Jody Fish, yeah, funerals today. Yeah, Jody Fish, shoot, I hope you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing fine. Let me know if you need anything, Jody Fish. Yeah. Thank you for being here. It means a lot that you'd be here. Appreciate you, Jody Fish. Yeah. And can we do your Centrosaurus? We'll see, Smorphosaurus. Yeah. Yeah. Is Dr. Tara here right now? We'll maybe cue that up. And then Xander, are you here? Chipiatus barbatus. I don't recognize this critter off the top of my dome. I don't remember what this animal is. I'm guessing it's some sort of modern bird. Maybe a vulture or something like that. Yeah. And Dr. Terra is here. Dr. Terra, let's do your Chilesaurus. You've been waiting a long time for this critter. Let's go ahead and do that now. Chilesaurus is one of those really fascinating dinosaurs that I really wish would get more attention. Let's talk about it. Chilesaurus is such a weird and wonderful critter. This is a type of ceratosaur. Ceratosaurs are, I mean, shoot. I guess when most people hear ceratosaur, they think of Ceratosaurus itself. This critter, right up here. Here's my Ceratosaurus helmet that I put together for Halloween. I sculpted this and 3D printed it and painted it. But this is a model of what the skull looks like of Ceratosaurus, classic carnivorous dinosaur. Really, really iconic. Its name means horned lizard. It's got this beautiful nasal horn on top of its head like this, on its snout. Yeah, really formidable carnivorous dinosaur. And, let's see. Find our Ceratosaurus here. There we go. Ceratosaurus. Very formidable carnivorous dinosaur from the Morrison Formation, late Jurassic of North America. Again, when most people think of ceratosaurs, they think of Ceratosaurus. It's pretty fearsome critter. Chilesaurus, however, is also a ceratosaur, so it belongs to the same broad group. I would say it is significantly less formidable. I'm pretty sure it's got super reduced teeth. It might even have no teeth at all. Seems to be adapted for eating plants. Very interesting. Let's talk about this critter. Chilesaurus. There's a life reconstruction there with some primitive feathers, which are speculative. So yeah. Pretty amazing this belongs to the same group as our formidable Ceratosaurus, right? It's a genus of herbivorous dinosaurs, so this is one of those times when theropods became herbivorous, and they do have teeth. Okay, I was wrong about that. Maybe I'm thinking of Limusaurus, where they lose their teeth through ontogeny. But there is a lower jaw reconstructed there. Those teeth do not look particularly formidable. Yeah. Here it is compared to a dog or a wolf. Not a particularly large animal, too. And really, really reduced forelimbs. Just 2 fingers on each hand, too. These guys seem to actually be reducing their forelimbs to the point where we have to wonder if they were useful at all anymore. Yeah. Pretty interesting critter. Really, really weird. So when it was first discovered, it was placed in the group Tetanurae in a basal position. Shows a confusing mix of traits, normally present in Coelurosauria, basal sauropodomorpha, and ornithischia, but was found in its original description to belong to none of these groups. The below cladogram illustrates the taxonomy proposed in the original description of Chilesaurus. What? Hang on. That's a bad sound. Hang on a minute. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, we're good. Yeah. Here, give me just another second. Okay. Yeah. Occasionally the 3D printer needs some attention like that. I'm glad we were able to, jump in there. Phi Lament Printer. There you go, Matt Pie. Needs toner, says Andy. There you go. Anyway, yeah, wait, so hang on. Was I wrong about Chilesaurus? Am I completely just mixing this up with Limiosaurus? Is it not related to Limiosaurus? Was I wrong about that? I'm sorry, what? Chilesaurus is the most basal ornithischian? How could it be the most basal ornithischian if it's from the Cretaceous? Doesn't make any sense. Or no, it's from the late Jurassic of Chile. Okay, wait. What? Shoot. Egg on my face. Chilesaurus, not a ceratosaur. My apologies. I don't know how I got that idea in my head that it forms a clade with Limiosaurus. Forget everything I said about ceratosaurs. Forget all of that. Shoot. Really weird. So the dinosaur that I was thinking of, Limiosaurus, like I mentioned, is also a theropod that went herbivorous. Limiosaurus, here we go. Also has really reduced forelimbs, reduced teeth, kind of a similar overall body plan. But might just be an example of convergence. Convergent evolution. Yeah. Really weird. So Chilesaurus is so strange. I would not be 100%. I would not be shocked if this critter does turn out to be related to Limiosaurus, but that's not what anybody's found here, I guess. Chilesaurus is so weird that it might be an ornithopod, or excuse me, an ornithischian. Like a group of, that group of so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs that have got the predentary bone and stuff like that. They're all herbivores. Or it could be a theropod, yeah. What? What an enigma. Incredibly strange. Let's look at the original paper here, as we try and do. Here is the PDF. There's a link there in the chat. I think Fernando Novas might be first author on this. There we go. Enigmatic. Tell me about it. Enigmatic plant-eating theropod from the late Jurassic of Chile. And this was published in the year 2015. A new bizarre herbivorous basal tentanuran from the upper Jurassic of Chile challenges its conception. We still don't really know what this critter is, although if it's an ornithischian, its lack of a predentary bone would be puzzling indeed. Because as far as I know, all ornithischian dinosaurs have a predentary. Do they not? Yeah, really strange. You know, I'm glad that it was a dinosaur as bizarre and mysterious as this that really flummoxed me. Just working here off the top of my head. Because, man, I feel like that doesn't happen to me often. When I'm just outright completely dead wrong about something like that. I'm glad it happened with such a weirdo dinosaur like this. Yeah, this is not a ceratosaur. Or nobody's claimed this is a ceratosaur, right? Did I just make that up? Genuinely perturbed by this, chat. Yeah. Yeah. Danny's been beaten, a rare sighting. I know, right, Smorphosaurus? Major L right there. Holy cow. Hey, Naderfiend, how you doing? Welcome back. Good to see you. Oh, yeah. Been bamboozled. Yeah, Paleodraw, can you believe it? Shoot. And B-Tracker, how are you doing? Good to have you here. Yeah. So again, here's the original descriptive paper from 2015. And this critter is so bizarre and off the wall that it's going to jump around in cladograms a lot, I would imagine. Even with this much of the skeleton, that's pretty wild. I bet you if they had this portion of the skull right here, because look, a good chunk of that is missing right there. Look at that. You're missing the lacrimals, you're missing the jugals, you're missing all kinds of stuff in here. Missing the nasals. Yeah, brain case, all that other stuff. Angular and cerangular and all of these gone. Those would hopefully help us determine the identity of this critter, but it's just so weird. If anything, this is an indication that weird things are happening in South America in the late Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. You've got weirdo critters like, shoot, who is our new proposed basal thyreophoran from Argentina? The name is escaping me right now. It's got a prominent J sound in it. And well, hello.
Supersonic 540 and their 16 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Supersonic, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you, Ash Ketchup 25, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If any of you are here for the first time, including you, Ash, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Fan of dinosaurs. I won't get angry if you aren't. What?
The Monolith, thank you for the follow. Welcome. If any of you are fans of dinosaurs, or if you have any questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about the fossil record, any of that good stuff, don't be shy. I'm here to answer those questions for you. Supersonic, how was your stream? I hope it was excellent. How are you doing? Thank you for bringing everybody here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're talking about this incredibly weird dinosaur that's got me all flummoxed. This is Chilesaurus. You'll never guess which country it's from. Chilesaurus.
It's a dinosaur.
It is a dinosaur. Mo Masu, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The Mito-chan is the powerhouse of the... Very cool. Is that a pun on mitochondria? Warrior, Wolf, LRB, and Mo Masu, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you all doing? It's great to have you here. Yeah. Stream was more excellent than I could have realistically asked for. I'm so glad to hear it, Supersonic. I appreciate you bringing everybody here after an excellent stream. Hopefully, I can entertain everyone and teach them a thing or two about dinosaurs and their world, and what dinosaurs can teach us about ourselves and our world. So yeah. And yes, Warrior and Mo, excellent. It does seem like we've got some cool new people here, and so I think without further ado, it might be time for a quick little welcome video to kind of introduce some new folks to the channel, to kind of tell you about who I am and what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place. We'll bring on a special guest. We like to call him Previously Recorded Danny, because that's his name. And he is currently sneaking up behind me as we speak. So we'll go ahead and let him take center stage. Thank you again, Supersonic, for the raid. Really appreciate it. And can we get one more shout out for Supersonic real quick? And okay. Hang on, he's raring to go. So we'll let him take it away. The floor is yours. Previously recorded, Danny. Well, thanks, present day, Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1.
Oh, give me a home where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Oh, sails on his feet, a discouraging world, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friend Supersonic for the raid. Really appreciate you. Thanks for bringing everybody. Yeah. If anybody's got any questions, now's the time. You know? As Lenina was saying right there, thank you for your little PSA there, Lenina. Appreciate that. Yeah, I need to start making some updated versions of those videos. Because, yeah, a lot has changed in the past couple years since I started here on Twitch in May of 2020. I now stream full-time, if you can believe that. This is my full-time gig now, which is kind of astonishing to me. How lucky. I mean, holy cow. Yeah. 5 days a week I'm here on Twitch talking about fossils, and this is how I fund my research and my outreach, my fieldwork through support from this wonderful community. So yeah. Call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. If you'd like to, because I guess it'd be true. I don't know if that's an honor or a bummer, but world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. It is an honor. It's false modesty. I apologize. Anyway, I'm going to be streaming live from the field this summer, if everything goes according to plan. We're going to be holding a fundraiser so I can get myself a generator, so we can run the satellite array for satellite internet, so that I can stream live from some dinosaur digs in June, July, and August. Very excited about that, and I hope you'll join me for it. Should be a ton of fun. So yeah. More details on that as it develops. I'm going to be testing the satellite internet this week, if everything goes according to plan. And yeah. Anyway, it's going to be a lot of fun, Kai in the Sky. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. So if you've ever wanted to watch a dinosaur dig live, see how we dig up dinosaurs in real time, stick around, you know? Yeah. Squall JP, thank you for the follow, if I haven't thanked you yet. Appreciate you, Squall. Before that magnificent raid from Supersonic, we're talking about this weirdo dinosaur, Chilesaurus, that we still don't really know what's going on with it. Like a lot of other South American taxa, like Jacopil, that's the dinosaur whose name I was trying to remember, just published this past year. Jacopil, another really weirdo dinosaur where you don't know really where it belongs. Same with Chilesaurus from South America. South America is quickly becoming a frontier for like truly bizarre dinosaurs for whom we have very little context. This critter's it's a good deal more complete than Jacopil is, and yet still, we don't really know what's going on with it.
really, really strange critter. I wouldn't be shocked if this were like a weird relic descendant of Chilesaurus or something like that. Something that like descended from super basal ornithischian dinosaurs. But anyway, Chilesaurus, really, really strange critter. Truly bizarre. Really, really weird.
Ontogeny.
Looky Lucille. Thank you for the 29 months of support right there. You've been undergoing some ontogenetic change, haven't you? Looky Lucille got that fully matured Triceratops next to their name.
Make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
1,000 bits makes a huge difference. Thank you again, Looky Lucille. No. 3,000 bits. Thank you, Looky Lu. That is quite literally a week's worth of groceries. I appreciate that, Looky Lucille. Thank you. I just went shopping this morning for the week. $28. You've just reimbursed me for that. Thank you, Looky Lucille. That's extraordinary. I really appreciate that.
Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils because
Happy Roo.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah. Love those ontogeny videos. Thanks, Bet Medler. Yeah, those are fun to put together. Yeah. But yeah. And looking up about iridium. Yeah, 77 protons in that element, iridium. Warrior Wolf. It's a pretty cool element. Yeah. But anywho, how many separate fossil remains have they found for this dinosaur, and are they positive that it's a dinosaur, says Orchid Twilight? Holy cow, it's not often when we find a dinosaur and it's like we're not 100% sure that it even is a dinosaur, but Chilesaurus is weird enough where like, shoot, it's very dinosaur-like. It's from the late Jurassic. There is a slight chance if Chilesaurus turn out to not be dinosaurs, which jury's still out on that, and this thing is related to Chilesaurus, which anything's possible at this point, then maybe it's not a true dinosaur.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Kaya in the Sky, for gifting Supersonic.
Tier 1 sub to Supersonic.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Yeah. How many specimens do we have of this one, Orchid? Let's take a look at that original paper. Here we go. Several different articulated individuals of Chilesaurus at different ontogenetic stages have been collected. So we've got several specimens. And apparently this is the amount of the skeleton that we actually have represented from these multiple specimens. Yeah. Uh-oh, the 3D printer's making noise. Let me go check on this. It should not be making noises like that. It's fine. Like a little bit of excess extrusion that it was brushing up against. Anyway, so it's currently Schrodinger's dinosaur, says Bambi S. I mean, Chilesaurus is a weirdo critter.
Cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Science Streams, for those 100 bits. Kicking off that hype train there. See, Science Streams, Balent knows exactly when to just use a little eyedropper. Drop in some bits right there to catalyze a hype train. Thank you, Balent. Science Streams, really appreciate that. Thank you. We got a hype train going here. If we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I'll take out the old ukulele, and I'll play some songs about science. So, let's see if we can get there. Yeah, good song. Thank you, Ash Girl, for the 300 bits. Excellent.
Really
appreciate the support.
No expense.
Thank you, Smorphosaurus, for gifting Megalodon quintuple 7. Appreciate that. Smorphosaurus, thank you, thank you. Yeah. You want to hear some uke, Kaya in the sky? Well, might happen. Megalodon, enjoy those emotes. Enjoy not having to watch the ads. Save the rest of your money now. Well, thank you, Smorphosaurus, for your generosity. I really appreciate it.
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much to the 100 bits.
Thank you, Cobraven. Really appreciate that. Bidisaurus. But yeah. And Gargawari says, wait a minute, if the picture of the fossil is the real fossil, which it is, Gargawari, to show more of the skull than on that diagram. Well, I think this diagram here might just be from... Oftentimes when we find a whole bunch of dinosaur fossils all in the same place, it takes a really long time to clean and prep them all. So we might have multiple complete skeletons.
Dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you have to do is show up for 5 minutes. Whop! Instant swimming pool.
Ikawala, thank you for the 13 months with that prime there. Appreciate that, Ikawala. Thank you, thank you. Using that prime sub. Clever. I like it. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And, Gargawar, yeah. It's here. If we go back to Chilesaurus, this page here, on Wikipedia. So that is a cast right there. This is a replica, and they may have filled in parts of that skull. But I would not be shocked if we actually have multiple fairly complete skeletons of this critter, and they just didn't have time to get them all prepped for publishing that paper. There could be a lot more material. Yeah. Fossils of Chilesaurus, a vertebra and a rib, were first discovered on the 4th of February, 2004 by 7-year-old Diego Suarez, who, together with his parents, geologist Manuel Suarez and Rita de la Cruz, searching for decorative stones in the Aysén region. Interesting. Yeah.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Kaya in the Sky, for gifting Araya Thalia. Appreciate that, Kaya. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. We're on our way to a level 3 hype train with 2 minutes left. Let's see if we can get there. Level 5, get to ukulele songs. Let's see if we get there. Yeah. Gargaware. Thank you.
Gargaware really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Clearly. Thank you, Gargaware. Level 3 complete? Yes. Let's see. Yeah. And look, we're at 17 out of 39 new subs for our sub goal. It's pretty excellent. Yeah, more than welcome. I appreciate you, Gargaware. I really do. Thank you. But yeah. And Araya, so glad you got a sub, even though you just got here. That's great. Wonderful. And it is a dinosaur train, Cobraven. Sure. Yeah. Good stuff.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you, Drucifer, for gifting Warrior Wolf there. Excellent.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
I really appreciate that, Drucifer. First gift sub. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate you, Drucifer. Thank you. That's excellent. Yeah. Wonderful. And Murph. Thank you, Murph.
Murph really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Murph, thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. That is extraordinary. And I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Spectacular. Ukulele time? I mean, shoot, we've got 1 level left. With 4.5 minutes, can we get to a level 5? I bet you we can. I bet you we can. Let's see if we can get there. Yeah. And I'm glad you like the music, Orion. Yeah. Be doing some live music in a few minutes if we get some more gift subs and bits and stuff. Yeah. And I'm really glad you're here, Orion. Yeah. Talking about Chilesaurus here. So the holotype is the specimen that the new genus or species was named based on.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
They do indeed make away.
Paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience.
Thank you for the 16 months make away. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So that holotype is an articulated, rather complete skeleton with the skull of a juvenile individual, lacking the feet and most of the tail. So that must be... This must be the holotype right here. Or the... Wait, no, hang on. No, it's a composite reconstruction. So there's several individuals here. But, yeah, anyway. Really crazy that we've got multiple individuals from multiple ontogenetic stages and we still don't know what group this critter belongs to. There's weird stuff going on down in South America during the latter part of the Mesozoic. I tell you what. Yeah. Yeah, shoot. And Ferret Faucet. Here, I got a command. There you go. Try that. Those are songs that are similar, including some of the same ones. Ferret Faucet, but yeah, my all the music that you hear here are like modified songs that are on my hard drive. So yeah. Would everyone quit evolving convergently, please? Yeah, Chody Fish. I know, right? What a weird critter. Anyway, I'm gonna have to clearly read more up on Chilesaurus here. Because, holy cow, what a bizarre dinosaur. Thank you, Dr. Terminator. Dr. Terminator was able to stump me with this dinosaur deep dive, and I like to think that doesn't happen often. In fact, if that's ever really happened before, has it? So, Dr. Terra, well done there. Very nice. Let's see who else is here in chat. Xander Jiggles, are you here right now? We could do this dinosaur for you. And I don't know who this is. I'm assuming this is a modern bird. But, Xander, are you here right now? Because if you are, we'll do your dinosaur deep dive. Yeah. And you are bamboozling, Dr. Terra. Bamboozling hard there. You fooled me. Chilesaurus, what a weirdo. What a cool critter. But yeah, here let's see. Says Xander Jiggles is here in chat. Yeah. Oh, and very cool Helix Fossil. Nice. Yeah. Here, let's look this critter up real quick. And holy cow, Ash Girl! Thank you, thank you. That is excellent, Ash Girl.
Getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ash Girl. Really, really appreciate that. Is that a level 5 there? Did we just exceed a level 5? Or we've got 10 seconds left? Let's see here. Complete at level 5. Oh, no, but it says level 4 emotes. Level 4 completed. Okay, we didn't quite get to ukulele stage. But that's okay. Maybe next time. Although if we were to have some more gift subs in the next few seconds, you know, we could, you know. Close enough does work with horseshoes, hand grenades, and hype trains. The 3 H's, you know? So we'll see. We'll see. We didn't hit level 5? Yeah, not quite, Lenina. 4.5? Is it enough? I mean... Let's say the window is rapidly closing here. Let's see. And hydrogen bombs. There you go, Jodyfish. I suppose so. Horseshoes, hand grenades, hype trains, and hydrogen bombs. Yeah.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Make a way. That'll do it. That'll do it right there.
Are leading this expedition.
Make a way, thank you so much. Holy cow, I really appreciate that, Make a way. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna have some ukulele now. And Dark Tarkanus. Thank you, Dark Tarkanus, for those 2 gift subs too. Remarkable. Look, we're only 3 away from our goal now. But we will have ukulele now.
Dark Tarkanus gifted 2 subs.
Thank you, Dark Tarkanus. Thank you, Makeaway, for stepping up there. I really appreciate your generosity. I really, really do. Thank you for supporting me, supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. And as a token of my appreciation, let me ply you with some ukulele songs. Serenade you. Yeah. Here is my uke. Let's get her tuned up. And it's been a while since we've done ukulele, hasn't it? It's been maybe a week or 2. A little sharp. Everything's sharp. Shoot. It's been cold lately, I guess. Yeah, the E and the A strings are always good. It's G and C that give you trouble. Yeah, let's do some science songs, Ash Girl. And you know what? I gotta remember to change our streaming category here to music. There we go. While we're doing this. But I'm gonna play you a few songs here, songs about science. We'll start off with the Dinosaur March. This is my student's very favorite song the last year I was teaching full-time. We'll see if it becomes your favorite song, too. The tune will be very familiar to you, I bet. I learned this song from the music teacher at the school I used to teach at. But it didn't have a second verse or anything, so I added my own. I also made some modifications. See if you can pick out those parts that were modified. See if those stick out to you. The paleontologist added parts. But the Dinosaur March goes like this. You ready? Thank you again for that incredible hype train there. That's what this is a reward for, so thank you, thank you. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more, except for birds. Because ask any evolutionary biologist or paleontologist or just about anybody who studies evolution or birds, ornithologists too, they'll tell you that birds are dinosaurs. So, strictly speaking, dinosaurs never really went extinct. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that's the first verse. As I said, it didn't have a second verse when I was learning it, so I made my own. And it goes like this. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them, and
and we raised them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's the dinosaur march. Next up, let's do I'm a Paleontologist, shall we? Yeah. Everybody likes that one. That's by the band They Might Be Giants, off their Here Comes Science album. And I like singing this song because, well, it's a good song for one, but also, when I sing it, it's got a certain truth to it, you know? Everybody loves a song that's got some truth to it. So it goes like this. I love digging in the dirt, just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I seek, they're rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws or Archaeopteryx's wings. And all the kids who want to see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet? It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. And then for our third and final song, let's see. Would we rather have the Galaxy song, or would we rather have Jolene? What do you say, chat? Let me know what you would prefer to hear there. I don't have a Tradoon song yet, Ashcrow. And T-Mat Tricks, has it been that long since you've seen me play ukulele before, haven't you? Yeah. And Galaxy song. All right, it looks like the preponderance of chat would like to hear the Galaxy song. We will do Jolene on our next bout of ukulele. Yeah, when that comes about. But for right now, let's do the Galaxy song. This is a classic. Does anybody know where the song is actually from? It's not about paleontology or earth science per se, but it is about science. It's about deep time. It's about big numbers. It's about, well, you know, this is a song that, I say this every time, but it's a song about kind of having a different perspective, one that comes from science. You know, having a deeper perspective. It's a great song for anybody who might be a little bit down in the dumps today. And yeah, I hope this can kind of cheer you up or help you see things in a slightly different way. I might sing to you, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's evolving, revolving at 900 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 90 miles a second, so it's reckoned, a sun that is the source of all our power. Now the sun and you and me and all the stars that we can see, they're moving at 1,000,000 miles a day in an outer spiral arm 13,000 light years wide of the galaxy we call the Milky Way. Now our galaxy itself contains 200 billion stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 13,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. Now we're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go round every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of millions of billions in our amazing and expanding universe. Whoa, 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 whoa. Excuse me. Now the universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding, and all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, the speed of light, you know, 12 million miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go. Thank you, everybody. That incredible support. Really appreciate it.
Called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
And thank you for your restraint there, Divine Nation, following just after I completed the song. I appreciate you, Divine Nation. Thank you, everybody, for all that incredible support. I would not be here on Twitch. Could not do this full-time, obviously, if it weren't for the remarkable generosity of this community. So thank you, everybody. That's pretty extraordinary. But yeah. And welcome, Divine Nation. Thank you for the follow. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Let me put this away and, let's do another dinosaur deep dive, shall we? Get back into, maybe just chatting category. Making pizza bites. Ooh. Homemade pizza bites, Araya? That sounds awesome. Yeah. Very nice. And there you go, Fall Machine. 200 million years until your birthday. It's a lot different from going around the sun. That's the galaxy. Like, we go around the galaxy once every 200 million years, Fall Machine. But you know that. Here we go. Stream info, let's go back to just chatting. Although this is so much more than just chatting, you know? Science outreach. Who'd have thought? Divine Nation says, imagine if we could own mosasaurs the size of pugs, but they were chunky. Divine Nation, there were mosasaurs that were small. You know, mosasaurs were not all huge. The biggest mosasaurs are like 40 or 50 feet long, you know? Like what, like 15 meters, something like that? But yeah, there were definitely mosasaurs that were a lot smaller than that. There's some that are like 2 or 3 feet long. Adult mosasaurs, I think. Anyway, I'll see you in a minute, Lenita. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's see who is here in chat. Who's got a dinosaur deep dive on the roster. Again, Xander Jiggles, are you here right now? Because we will totally do yours if you are here. Just give us a shout. But yeah. If not, then we'll go, I think, with FMSSK. You're here, right? Aren't you, FM? Let me know. Smorphosaurus is here, too. Yeah. And so is Helix Fossil. Yeah. Let's see here. FMSSK is still here in chat. And Layer T was here a bit ago. Yeah, you're right. Is Layer T still here? Yep. Still here. All right, Layer T. Let's do yours. First to respond here. This dinosaur. Yee. That's not a joke. That is the shortest dinosaur name in existence. Yee.
A genus name with 2 letters. And, you know, you might be hearing this and going, well, it's a weird name for a dinosaur. It's a weird name for a weird dinosaur. The name means weird, by the way. Chi is quite possibly the weirdest dinosaur that we have. Incredibly strange. Just... what? So, it is a dinosaur that is closely related to birds. Those are feathers coming off of its tail right there. And it had wings, and could likely glide. And yet, unlike birds, you know, whose wing structure is mostly made of feathers, like their wingspan is, you know, feathers are what they use to make the wing surface. These guys had a stretched, you know, like skin membrane, almost like that of a bat. Incredibly weird. Just super, super bizarre, crazy weird critter. Chi is the animal's full name. 4 letters total. 2 in the genus name, 2 in the species name. It's not a big animal, as you can tell from this illustration here. But just incredibly, incredibly weird. Let's see if I can find a video on this completely bizarre animal. Let's see. You know, I think it might be new enough that, like, nobody's really done any animations on it or anything. It is just incredibly strange. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, paleo enthusiast videos, but I don't know if there's anything. Yeah. Incredibly weird. Anyway. So let's just talk about it. Here's another illustration of it. We don't actually yet know what the coloration is for this dinosaur. Other dinosaurs from this same formation, the Yixian Formation, in Liaoning Province, China, we've actually been able to determine what their colors were like. Like, you know, by looking at preserved melanosomes in the feathers or in the skin, we could figure out what the colors of the animal was. Not for Chi yet. It's an incredibly bizarre critter, though. Holy cow, there is a skeletal there. And so this is a, like, Scansoriopterygid dinosaur. I think they might be closely related to Oviraptorosaurs. Or maybe it's just that skull tricking me, going, oh, Incisivisaurus, that buck-toothed dinosaur there. These guys also have sort of a buck-tooth thing going on. But yeah. Scansoriopteridae. Scansoriopteridae. Ugh. Name is, like, not pleasant to say. Oh, and this is not from the Yixian Formation. Shoot, it's from earlier. It's from late Jurassic of China. Gah. Anyway. It's from the middle or late Jurassic Qiaojishan Formation of Hebei, China. Approximately 159 million years ago. So this critter is around the same time that the first birds are evolving. This is not on the main line to birds, though. This is like a bizarre experiment in flight. You know, around this time, dinosaurs are experimenting with all kinds of weird bird-like adaptations. And some of the most bizarre are critters like this. Just incredibly weird. It's got feathers, but it still has stretched skin coming off its arms to be used as wing membranes. Incredibly, incredibly weird. You wonder if it did a little dance for attention? Almost certainly, make away. Yeah, I bet you it did. Yeah. Leg kick TKO says, kids say, can we get a bird? We have birds at home, kids, and this is the bird at home. Yeah, it is like a weird off-brand bird. Just incredibly bizarre. What a weirdo critter. I've never particularly liked this illustration by Emily Willoughby, but it's a little too, like, fantasy-esque for me. But, yeah, anyway. Incredibly, incredibly weird animal. Yeah, and do we only have one of these? The only known Ichi fossil was found in the rocks assigned to the Chaojishan Formation. Yeah. So we only have one specimen of this critter? You're kidding me. Let's look at the original paper. With Dinosaur Deep Dives, we always try and look at the original literature whenever we can. And here is a link, so you can open up that paper yourself. There it is there. Incredibly strange. Yeah. And this is... It's not often that you have, like, a severe understatement in a scientific paper in the title here. Or maybe it is often. I don't know. This is just a prime example of, like... They are underplaying this in the title. A bizarre Jurassic Maniraptoran theropod with preserved evidence of membranous wings. Weird. This is a bird from Walmart. There you go, Raya. It is made in China. Yeah. Fabricineo, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, that bird is a knockoff. There you go, Divine Nation. Sure. Let's read the abstract real quick. This is like a short summary of the paper. And with a paper this interesting, the abstract is also going to be interesting. The wings of birds and their closest theropod relatives, because as we all know, birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs, which means the birds themselves are living dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, strictly speaking, never went extinct. Not completely. Still got one group left. We call them birds. Anyway, the wings of birds and their closest theropod dinosaur relatives share a uniform fundamental architecture with pinnate flight feathers. That means they've got, like, the penna in the middle, the rachis, the like, central shaft. Those are pinnate flight feathers. As a key component. Here we report a new Scansauropterygid. Always have trouble with that term. Scansauropterygid theropod, Ichi, Gen et Sponov, new genus, new species. Based on a new specimen from the Middle Upper Jurassic period Chaojishan Formation of the Hebei Province, China. I would not be shocked if in China they actually have like a bunch more of these. There's another dinosaur that I'm working on right now that's from China, and there's a bunch of undescribed specimens of this critter. A whole bunch. Like, you know, probably a couple dozen. And that's often the case for critters like this. They probably rushed this to publication because, man, they knew that this was going to be a big deal. But they probably got more of these critters now, I would imagine. Fabricineo says, I'm happy to be here. I love dinosaurs and paleontology so much. Well, you are in the right place, Fabrici. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Great to have you here. Yeah. Olivia says, have you yourself ever discovered an unknown species? I have. Yeah, we talk about that in the welcome video. There's a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, new horned dinosaur, that I found in northern Montana back in 2012. Hopefully, it'll get published soon. But I need to talk to one of my co-authors about that. He's in charge of the project, not me. So, yeah. Because I was working on his crew at the time. I was just a youngin' at the time, you know? Shoot. It was only like my first week ever out prospecting when I found that. Yeah, anywho. Speaking of new weird dinosaurs, this was very new and weird when it came out in 2015. Yi, that's the animal's name, Y-I, is nested phylogenetically among winged theropods, but has large, stiff, filamentous feathers of an unusual type on both the forelimb and the hind limb. So basically, on the family tree, it comes out among other little theropod dinosaurs that have got kind of wing structures. However, the filamentous feathers of Yi resemble pinnate feathers in bearing morphologically diverse melanosomes. So it's got like stripy stuff going on its feathers. Maybe we do actually know about its coloration a little bit. Most surprisingly, E has long, rod-like bones extending from each wrist, and patches of membranous tissue preserved between the rod-like bones and the manual digits. So it's got a weird rod-like bone kind of coming off of its wrist, like you saw here. See that thing coming off of its wrist right there? Incredibly strange. It's, yeah, that's support for the wing membrane there. Yeah. And there you go, Jody Fish, Captain Hook of the That I didn't actually find that one though, Jody Fish. A number of paleontologists found that. And Jack Wilson was the one who found that super diagnostic claw that let us publish it. So all credit to John P. Jack Wilson for finding that. Yeah. Welcome, Roland Elliart. How are you doing? Yeah, weird rod-like extension. Patches of membranous tissue preserved between the rod-like bones and the manual digits. Analogous features are unknown in any dinosaur but occur in various flying and gliding tetrapods. There are other critters like flying squirrels, sugar gliders, critters like that have got similar kind of skin membranes. But even they are a little bit different. This is like, it's like a very bird-like dinosaur that wants to be a bat. Although, it's around like 100 million years before the first bats evolve. Literally 100 million years before. Crazy. It suggests the intriguing possibility that Yi had membranous aerodynamic surfaces totally different from the archetypal feathered wings of birds and their closest relatives. Documentation of the unique forelimb of Yi greatly increases the morphological disparity known to exist among dinosaurs and highlights the extraordinary breadth and richness of the evolutionary experimentation that took place close to the origin of birds. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about mosaic evolution here, because this is a wonderful opportunity to do that. But check that out. Only described from one specimen? I hope they've got more nowadays that just aren't published yet. There's such a wealth of dinosaur fossils in China that, like, oftentimes Chinese researchers don't really feel the need to publish follow-up studies just because they have so many new things coming out. But yeah, incredibly cool and weird. And there's some of those fossil feathers on there. Just nutso. Crazy, crazy, crazy. That's a wrist bone right there, it seems. Like, unless that's like digit 4, but if this is a Tetnoran theropod, which presumably it is, they only have 4 fingers to start with. So, like, what even is that structure right there? It's like something novel that they evolved. Incredibly, incredibly weird. Yeah. Just crazy. So, you know, some dinosaur hands look like this. It's our iguanodon hand that we are 3D printing right now. This is big, by the way. This is what I have printed so far. Just pieces of it. It's too big to fit on the printer. But this is the thumb spike that's currently printing. Yeah. Big old chunky iguanodon hand. Got a multi-purpose thing going on.
Now the dinosaurs rule.
And thank you, Cyro Dillian. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Other dinosaurs had hands developed for gliding. It's just a remarkable diversity within Dinosauria. It's something to behold. It really is. It's very cartoony, Ichi right there. 2 of them. But yeah. Yeah. Pretty astonishing, the diversity of dinosaurs. You know? Some of them are, were truly gargantuan, like our titanosaurs and other sauropods we were talking about earlier. Yeah. Some of them just absolutely enormous. Like Patagotitan. on the other side of the spectrum. On the other side of the spectrum, you've got truly, truly tiny dinosaurs. This is the smallest dinosaur I know of, the bee hummingbird. Weighs less than a penny. So yeah, pretty extraordinary. The difference in size. 36 meters long. 36 millimeters long. Or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Welcome, Cyberdillion. Thanks for saying hi. Great to have you here. But yeah. Genghis Khan's secret child from his bird affair. Wait, what? Divine Nation? Missed something. Yeah. But yeah. That is a huge pencil for a dinosaur to sit atop it like that. I know, right, Gimpleg? Holy moly. You want to see another one? Man, that's got to be a huge penny right there. Oh, boy. Yeah, the bee hummingbird, Melissuga helenae. From Cuba. There we go. Find a video on these critters? Yeah. Take a look at this.
The very smallest bird on Earth. The bee hummingbird.
Yep.
Barely larger than the bee it's named after. Almost everything about this hummingbird is special.
Tiny, tiny, tiny dinosaur. Yeah.
They can beat their tiny wings an incredible 80 times a second.
80 times a second.
Their tiny size makes them tasty prey for snakes.
I bet you, chat, I bet everybody watching right now, you could probably...
Blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know.
Jesus is truth, life way. How are you doing? Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Y gracias por seguirme. Great to have you here. Yeah, I was just about to say...
Wings, an incredible 80 times a second.
I bet nobody in chat here could even beat their wings 8 times per second, let alone 80, you know?
Their tiny size makes them tasty prey for snakes, birds, even spiders.
Yeah, they're pretty small.
Nothing about the bee hummingbird's life is easy.
Except being small.
They visit over 1,000 flowers a day on their eternal quest for nectar.
Wow. Imagine
the
visiting
males
1,000
are
flowers
the
a day.
show-offs of the family. Their dazzling head feathers, usually irresistible to the less colorful females. But this lady's showing no interest. She has already mated. For her, it's nesting time.
Yeah, she says, leave me alone. I'm gonna build a nest.
The whole...
What do you think they build their nests out of, chat? Does anybody have any guesses? What do you think the bee hummingbird uses as nesting material? You know this one, Lenina? Enlighten us. Yeah. Let us know. Oh, Jody Fish says lichen. Ooh, Jody Fish. Caught that before I was able to change the scene, but yeah. Lichen and spider silk, exactly, Lenina. Here. I'll show you. Yeah.
The whole nest is smaller than a golf ball. The mother will lay 1 or 2 eggs the size of coffee beans. And then all she can do is wait.
Bird's nest fungi. Oh, really, layer 2? Huh.
Before she'll know if all is going to plan. 3 weeks have passed since the mother hummingbird laid her tiny eggs.
I like very appropriate music for Cuba.
It's a good year. And 2 healthy chicks have hatched.
Oh, look at the size of that ant right there.
Blind and helpless at birth, the chicks grow explosively, doubling their weight in just 4 days.
Very cool. Imagine doubling your weight every 4 days.
Bee hummingbirds are so scarce, and their tiny nests so hard to find, that this is a scene rarely, if ever, filmed before.
Wow. Are they gonna fledge? Gonna take off? What a remarkable critter. I need to 3D print some bee hummingbirds. I think it'd be cool to be able to show you the size.
18 days after hatching, the chicks have already grown their flight feathers. In just a couple of days, they will leave the nest for good, and with luck, live up to 7 years.
Wow.
A
Pretty
whole
cool.
new chapter in the story of the world's smallest bird.
Oh. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life real quick. Very cool. Anyway. Smallest dinosaur that's ever lived. The bee hummingbird. Here's our grand Tree of Life. And let's see if I can spell this right. Melasuga. Helene. There we go. Yeah, the bee hummingbird. Let's zoom in. Into animals, into chordates, into sauropsids and birds, into neonath birds, and there is the bee hummingbird in genus Melasuga. So, I wonder if I bet you we've got sequences for these critters' genomes. Bee hummingbirds and vervain hummingbirds separated only 1.64 million years ago, so pretty recently in the grand scheme of things. There's some other New World hummingbirds there. Ruby-throated hummingbirds. Wow. I didn't realize they were so close to bee hummingbirds. Very cool. We get ruby-throated hummingbirds right here in the Bay Area. There's a much larger bird. Uh-oh. Gustavo Morera. Muchas gracias por seguirme y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Oh! Lo siento. I'm sorry. From Brazil. Portugués. No es español. Lo siento. I don't speak Portuguese, Gustavo, but welcome. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Thank you for joining us and thank you for following. I appreciate that. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Yeah. And you'll shut them out. Shut who out? Let's see. And Petrodactylus says, I went to the Burke Museum yesterday. I've never been to the Burke Museum in Seattle. Oh, you're very lucky. That's really cool. A dinosaur that I dug up has ended up at the Burke Museum. Actually, a couple of different dinosaurs. An Oviraptorosaur and a Triceratops are at the Burke Museum. They had some huge 3D prints from a hummingbird specimen. It was cool to get a sort of close-up view of birds like that. Yeah, when you look at hummingbird skeletons, you know, skeleton of a bird like this, it's pretty wild. You got to use a big old macro lens on your camera if you want to photograph it in detail. Bee hummingbird skeleton. Check that out. That's pretty extraordinary. Like, must have been an incredibly talented person who put this together. That's very, very cool. Yeah. Really, really neat. But yeah. Yeah. And 7 cards says the Tree of Life is a Mandelbrot set. I mean, that's one way of visualizing it. But yeah, 7 cards. Yeah, welcome back, by the way. Good to have you here. Yeah, and Luis D. Lyon. Thank you for that shout-out, Lenina. Who is this? Oh, Hummingbird Stream. Oh, very cool. We've got a Hummingbird channel right here on Twitch. Pretty neat. Yeah. Oh, and very cool Petrodactylus. We call that Petrodactylus says, yeah, the remodel of the Burke Museum in Seattle is fantastic. They have a great windowed area where paleontologists are separating rock from fossils. We call that a viewing lab. It's, you know, it's a prep lab, a fossil preparation laboratory, where there's like a, they probably say, like, do not tap on the glass. Don't make the preparators nervous. They're trying to concentrate. But yeah, viewing labs like that are really cool, and I love that people actually get a chance to kind of catch a glimpse of how fossil prep works, you know? I love when museums have that. That's really neat. Yeah. So it's like a hamster cage. It's... Well, yeah. I was going to say it should be cleaner than that, but no, a lot of prep labs are much messier than a hamster cage. Usually less feces, though. Hopefully. View paleontologists in their natural environment. Please do not feed them. There you go, 7 cards, yes. It's like an educational hamster cage. The best kind, Petrodactylus. Yeah. Great to have you here, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Anywho, we were going to, let's see. What's that? Layer T. Ichi, incredibly weird dinosaur. Thank you for suggesting it, Layer T. Let's go ahead and knock that off our list right here. And then FMSSK, are you here right now? If you are, we will do your Balaniceps Rex, the Shoebill, or Xander Jiggles. If you're here, we'll do Gypaetus barbatus. I don't know who that is. It's got to be some kind of modern bird. Or if anybody else is here on the list in descending order, let me know, and we will do your dinosaur deep dive. And thank you, Layer T, for suggesting such a weird and cool dinosaur. I'm looking forward to... I know that Ichi will come up again in the future, which is why I didn't spend too much time on it right now. But, yeah, I'm sure we'll be discussing that dinosaur again sometime soon, because it's incredibly weird. But, yeah. Who else have we got? Let's see. Let's try and summon some people from chat. Xander Jiggles is here, but might be lurking. FMSSK. Yeah, might be lurking too. Papier Cuts also here. Maybe also lurking. Let me know if you can hear me, Papier Cuts. But I appreciate you being in chat. And Helix Fossil, also here. And thank you for the hydrate maskling. Helix Fossil, are you here right now? We could do Deinonychus for you. I think I might have an amusing video we can pull up for Deinonychus. I think I do. Yeah, Epidexipteryx. Man, they've all got tough names except for Ichi. And yeah, and there's also Scansoriopteryx, which is also bizarre. Anyway, keep an eye on this for a second. I gotta check on something. I'll be right back. And then Smurfosaurus. If Felix doesn't show up, let's do your dinosaur deep dive there. Let's do Centrosaurus. How's that sound? All right. And Maskling says, do digs ever happen in caves or underground? They do, Maskling, yeah. In fact, actually, did Styxosaurus live in the river Styx? It did not, Pilgrimage. Although it was an aquatic critter. Styxosaurus, not a dinosaur, but an elasmosaur, a big old plesiosaur. It's like this. Yeah. It's not a terrible Styxosaurus, I guess, right there. But yeah, let's see.
the critter that we're printing right now on the 3D printer, our iguanodon. All the best iguanodon specimens were found underground. There we go. This is going to be a quick little intro. Yeah.
Bernissart, 1878. I've struck gold, shouted a miner. 322 meters underground.
322 meters underground. Holy cow. Iguanodon.
When he discovered a tree trunk filled with glittering ore. In reality, they were bones encrusted with pyrite, a sparkling gold-colored mineral known
Fool's
as
gold.
Fool's gold.
Yeah.
A telegram was quickly sent to the Royal Belgian Natural History Museum. The result was 3 exciting years of excavation and the discovery of around 30 dinosaur skeletons, many almost intact.
Pretty extraordinary. So erosion didn't have a chance to get to any of these. Normally when we find dinosaur skeletons, it's on the surface. You know, we're out there in the Badlands, walking around looking for bits of bone that are eroding out of the side of a cliff or an arroyo, the side of a hill, you know, something like that. And so usually by the time we find it, it's because it's been exposed to, like, by erosion, and parts of it are already blown out. They're already, you know, washed away, already eroded. But here was the opportunity to actually find intact dinosaur skeletons. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. And, and Jesus says, a few years ago, I spent several months searching creek beds for dinosaur footprints around central Texas. Oh, very cool. Yeah, the Paluxy River in Glen Rose. Really neat. Yeah. Those are all, I think, early Cretaceous in age around Glen Rose. That's, yeah. Really, really cool area there in central Texas. Believe we actually have some chatters here from central Texas as well. So yeah. Anywho, these iguanodons were actually found underground, which is very rare to, like, you know, find dinosaur fossils underground like this. This is the best example I could think of. We normally find them, you know, up on the surface.
600 blocks of fossils protected in plaster were transported to Brussels and set up in a former chapel whose high ceiling was perfect for the task of solving the giant 3D puzzle.
I like that.
It was a major discovery for paleontology. For the first time, complete skeletons could show us what dinosaurs actually looked like.
Yep.
The shape of their teeth tells us that they were plant eaters. Their pointed horn-covered thumbs were a powerful defense.
That's actually what I'm printing at this very moment, is an iguanodon thumb spike right there. To go with our iguanodon hand, which I've got 3 of the parts already assembled here. But yeah, holy cow, these are big critters. Very big indeed.
And their spine was reinforced by bony tendons.
Oh, cool, wheelbase. Very nice. Yeah.
Now we know they normally walked on 4 legs. However, the skeletons that were originally mounted in this upright biped position are too fragile to be remounted.
Yep.
They're still the largest and best preserved collection of iguanodons in the world.
By far, yeah.
They are the stars of our museum.
Pretty cool. If I ever end up visiting Brussels, that will be the place I will be most excited to see. Yeah, very, very cool. Oh, and good night to you, Maskling. Thank you for being here. Yeah. So anyway, that's one example of a dinosaur being found underground. Whose question was that? Let's see. Maskling, there you go. Yeah, thank you, Maskling. And good night to you. Get some good rest. And Matt Pie, accomplished birder here. Pygmy owl in the background. Do you want the link to that bee hummingbird video?
And Cookie Trace is excited for the stream. Thank you for the follow, Cookie Trace. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Let's see. Let's find that. The smallest bird on Earth. You can listen to that, whoop, as many times as you would like, Matt Pie, and see if you can solve that mystery. There is the link to that bee hummingbird video. It could have just been that a Foley artist decided to put that sound in, an editor put that in where it didn't belong. That happens a lot. You know that happens all the time with red-tailed hawk calls. They get used for, you know, in movies and TV for bald eagles. Yeah. You're welcome, Matt Pie. Thanks for... Got keen ears. I'm impressed. Yeah. Megalodon says, what else have you 3D printed from home? Everything you see here is 3D printed. All of these fossils. You know? A whole juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton, life-size. Merosaurus skull. Juvenile Triceratops. That Deinonychus right here. I should have saved that for last, because that's our dinosaur deep dive next. Ceratosaurus. Euplacephalus. Telmatosaurus. Stegosaurus. Smilodon. Stegosaurus. Dilophosaurus. The list goes on. Yeah, we're working on more. Also working on a life-sized baby Triceratops skeleton to be counterpart to our T-Rex. And there is the skull right there. Yeah. Yeah. I try to run the 3D printer as often as I can. There's always cool stuff to print. Yeah. Thanks for the good question, Megalodon. Anyway, yeah. Oh, sorry, no, we're not doing Deinonychus, we're doing Centrosaurus. Smorf, you're still here, right? Let's talk a bit about Centrosaurus. So Centrosaurus is a really well-known dinosaur. It's another one of these ceratopsians, like Triceratops. It is maybe the most numerous dinosaur from Canada. I can't think of it. Well, maybe Pachyrhinosaurus might potentially outnumber it, but I think Centrosaurus probably has it beat. So this is a ceratopsian dinosaur from the same family as Triceratops. It's from a little bit older. Centrosaurus, I believe, is Campanian in age, so it's a few million years older than Triceratops. Didn't live alongside it. And I like this. Yeah, this particularly bright coloration here. I like that a lot. This is from Beasts of the Mesozoic, I think. Really nice. I love brightly colored dinosaurs. We know they had full color vision. They evolved these crazy display structures on their heads like that. There's no reason to think these animals would not have been brightly colored. You know, at least during, like, the mating season, that kind of thing. Much like modern birds. So yeah, anywho. Centrosaurus. Let's see if we can find the original descriptive paper for this critter. Let's see what year it was described first, and then I can look that up. And by Lawrence Lamb in 1904. Yeah. Let me try and pull that up. My hard drive here. Cross your fingers that we don't crash the stream. Accessing an external hard drive. PDF library. 1904. Centrosaurus. There we go. It's loading. There's a lot of papers to search through for this on this hard drive. But yeah, it is superficially mammal. Well, it's sort of, kind of. I don't know. To a paleontologist, it looks very different. But yeah, this is the original 1904 paper describing Centrosaurus. Written by Lawrence M. Lamb. Same guy that Lambeosaurus is named after. Lawrence Lamb, right
And very cool. As I said, Centrosaurus is a little bit older than Triceratops, a few million years older, and that is right there at the beginning of this paper. It really got straight to the point back then, didn't they? One of the most interesting features of the fauna of the Belly River series of the Cretaceous of the West is the presence of ceratopsids more primitive than those of the Laramie. He means Triceratops, in that case. Yeah. Of the former, the writer in the second part of Volume 3, Quarto of Contributions to Canadian Paleontology, 1892, described 3 species of Monoclonius. So Monoclonius is kind of an antiquated dinosaur name for basically the same kind of critter as Centrosaurus. Centrosaurus, the name is very much eclipsed Monoclonius, because Monoclonius is named based on, like, a tooth, I think. It's a tooth taxon. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here, give me a second. I'll see if I can find you a book that talks about this. Keep an eye on the 3D printer while I do that. Hang on. Shoot, I don't think I have that book anymore. Yeah. Anyway. For the former, presented by the crest with hook processes, the generic term Centrosaurus was proposed and the name Apertus. So basically, there is a Monoclonius that was particularly well preserved and had some cool stuff going on. And so Lawrence Lamb said, hey, we're going to call this something new. We're going to call it Centrosaurus. And that name has stuck. It's proved really useful to us as scientists, and so it continues to get used. I'll show you a skeletal of this critter, Centrosaurus. There we go. Yeah. So, this is what the animal's skeleton looks like. It's practically identical to Triceratops except for the skull. The skulls of ceratopsian dinosaurs evolve extremely quickly compared to the rest of the body. There is a lot of selection going on, and it's probably like, you know, social selection. Like, the head is the business end of the animal. You've got the jaws and everything for processing food right there, but also all the sensory organs, and then all this display stuff, the frill and the horns like that. The horns may have also possibly been used for defense. If you find just the rear of a ceratopsian dinosaur, a ceratopsid, you know, it's going to be very difficult to tell what kind of ceratopsid it's from just based on that. Unless you're dealing with, like, the Hell Creek where you only have one ceratopsid. But yeah, in other formations, you need the skull to be able to figure out what's going on, basically. Unless you have, like, a supremely well-preserved skeleton, then maybe there's some sort of, you know, a tapomorphy there. Anyway, somebody was asking about the scale of Centrosaurus, and here you go. Yeah, what size are they compared to, say, a mammoth or a bison? They're bigger than a bison, for certain. Smaller than a mammoth, though, Elwha links. Yeah, yeah. These are not the biggest of dinosaurs. They're not even the biggest dinosaur in their environment. But they're bigger than almost any mammal walking around today, you know? Yeah. So this skeleton right here represents, I don't know, like a particularly well-preserved one. But there are bits and pieces of ones even larger, Centrosaurus. And you see that here in gray. And they probably got even larger than that, too. Maybe a smidgen larger. There's a lot of size variation among individuals, especially in dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and very cool, Lenina. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Ashk says you should live stream your 3D printer on MakerDeck. There's lots of people live streaming their 3D printers. Oh, cool, Ashk. I'd think about it, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Newton Tango says, go Canada. Canada is one of the world's greatest places for finding dinosaurs, especially Alberta. Lilith Hobo said, do some bones become obsolete? What do you mean by that, Lilith Hobo? What do you mean by obsolete? Like, do some of the bones get lost over time as the animals evolve?
because that's definitely happened. I think ceratopsians only have 4 toes on their hind feet. So somewhere along the line, they lost that 5th one. As animals evolved, do some bones cease to have a function? Absolutely, Lilith Hopo, yeah. You mean in general, or just among these guys? Because in ceratopsians like this... There we go. Yeah, this is our hip girdle and our hind limbs of our baby Triceratops that we're working on. And you'll count the toes right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4. Dinosaurs started off, well, actually, come to think of it, even maybe the most primitive of dinosaurs may have only had 4 toes to start with. But anyway, their ancestors had 5. Makes me wonder how many toes a crocodile has on each foot. Let's look that up. Crocodiles and dinosaurs share a common ancestor. Let's see here. Crocodile hind foot. Crocs also only have 4. Interesting. So, that would imply that, like, the basal archosaur that gave rise to crocodiles and dinosaurs also only had 4. It implies that. They could have each independently lost that 5th one. That also happens sometimes. Yeah, let's take a look at a lizard. I think they've got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there you go. There's an iguana's hind foot. The 5th one's kind of hiding up by the knee, or up by the shin, but you can see it there. So yeah. That's an example of animals losing a digit over time. Lots of dinosaurs end up losing several digits throughout their lineages. A famous example is the hand of T-Rex, which has only got but 2 fingers right there. That's kind of a product that you can buy. But anyway, our baby T-Rex right here, shoot, they're so tiny you can't see. But they've got 2 fingers on each hand. Their ancestors, like, for instance, Eutyrannus, had 3 fingers on each hand. As you can see right there. We also know this critter had feathers, too, because we've got those preserved. Specimen. Really, really cool animal. Eutyrannus. Oh, man. I'd love to have that model. That's very pretty. I like that a lot. What a cool critter. Eutyrannus. The largest dinosaur that we have that's got unequivocal proof of feathers on it. We've got fossil feathers from this critter. It's about the size of a small bus. It's 30 feet long. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Human tailbones, yeah, that's another example. There's so many vestigial structures. Bliss9, absolutely. Yeah. I could talk for weeks about vestigial structures and critters. We as humans have a number of them. That kind of, they tell a tale about our ancestry, you know, like the appendix, or wisdom teeth, or things like that were useful to our ancestors, but no longer. Luthgar. Thank you. Luthgar, thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That is pretty extraordinary. I support it. I appreciate the support, Luthgar. I support it. I appreciate your support. Thank you for supporting science outreach here, Luthgar. Really appreciate it. And look, we have now exceeded our sub goal for the day. Thank you. Thank you, Luthgar, and every other supporter who helped us get here. Thank you for that. Excellent. Yeah. But yeah. And Executive Storm says, why 3 digits better than 5, we think? That's the thing, Executive Storm, is that when creatures end up, like, not using certain things, over millions of years, those things end up being lost. Think about, like, the hind legs of a whale, for instance. Yeah. Here we go. So each one of the critters that you're going to see along here, we actually have fossil evidence of. Pachycetus, Ambulocetus, that name means walking whale, and you'll see why it's called a walking whale. The fossil record for whales is particularly good. Most groups, you know, we don't necessarily have all of these, like, in-between steps, but whales have been extremely well-studied. And we've been lucky in that, you know, the areas in which these critters first evolved, there were a lot of fossils preserved of these things. We don't always get that lucky. But yeah, whales originally had hind legs. They evolved from, you know, land-living, hoofed mammals. Critters like Dorudon right here have still got little remnants of the hind limbs. Yeah, and then later, those end up being lost entirely, except for tiny vestigial structures in the hips of some modern whales. So some modern whales still have. There we go. Tiny remnants of those hips. Beautiful little reminder of their origins on land. A vestigial pelvis. There we go. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. There it is in a sperm whale. Yeah. Pretty neat. So yeah. That's, it harkens back to a time when whales used to have hind limbs. Like this critter. Shoot, what's its genus name? I know its species name is Anubis. It's from Egypt. Something Anubis. What is the... Scientists discover fossils of a four-legged whale with raptor-like eating style. Really? It ate like a hawk or an eagle? By the way, this artwork is by the very talented Bobby Bozenecker. Friend and colleague of mine. Yeah. Used to hang out with him in Montana when I was like a freshman. And he was a master's student at the time. But yeah. Phyomycetus Anubis. There we go. About to just chomp down on that poor sawfish. Thank you, LOL Links. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Blissline says I never knew this about whales? Holy cow. Yeah, this is really cool stuff. I like the article here. It says, we regret to inform you that your nightmares are about to get worse. A team led by Egyptian scientists have dug up a 43-million-year-old fossil in the Sahara Desert of Egypt of a now-extinct amphibious four-legged whale. That's right, folks. A whale with legs, which really shouldn't come as a surprise. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Oh, goodness. Doing that, and there's some wires that are hanging down, and I'm worried those are going to get clipped, and then the 3D printer is going to be out of commission. So I'll have to check on that when this print is complete tonight. But anyway, yeah. Whales still have those little whisker things? Yeah, alright, well those are vestigial structures from when they lived on land. Yeah. All mammals have hair. Even whales. Anyway, the authors of the study said this creature had unique features of the skull and that its mandible suggested capacity for more efficient oral mechanical processing. In other words, these walking whales had a strong raptorial feeding style. So this doesn't have anything to do with Velociraptor, but it has everything to do with... Raptorial just means that, like, Yeah, they were like active pursuit predators using their teeth, going after other critters. Yeah, there's the team from Egypt there. Whales, it turns out, used to be herbivorous, deer-like terrestrial animals, the scientists write, which is true. Anyway, cool stuff. I'll share this article with you if you'd like to see it. But the fossil record for whales is extraordinary. It used to be really spotty, but a lot of very hardworking people have gone out and made new discoveries. It's taken a lot of hard work, but the evolution of whales is one of, today, like the best studied stories in the history of vertebrate evolution. Oh yeah. And Elwa Link says, wonder if the Greeks finding stuff like this sparked their monster myths? I have a command about that. Somebody type in ! mythology. Yeah. There are some ideas about that. Yeah. Thank you, Lenina. And Travel, I'm glad you like the music. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to Centrosaurus here. Shoot. This is maybe the most famous skeleton of Centrosaurus. It used to be called Monoclonius nasicornis. And I think you can still see this up in Alberta today. At the Tyrrell Museum, up in Drumheller. Unless that's the one in AM&H. It might be. AM&H. Nope, it is. Yeah, at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. Yep, there you go right there. Oh, shoot, it's in their collections now? Oh, okay. It used to be out on display. Maybe not anymore. Anyway. Really, really cool animal, Centrosaurus. Let's get back to that original paper. From 1904 here. Do we have any illustrations, perhaps? Yes, we do. You know, it was a simpler time back around the turn of the century. And, well, for one thing, color photography was not common in paleontological literature at all. It's got kind of simple line drawings right there. And that's the end of the paper. Yeah. But, very cool. July 1904. So shoot, we are coming up on next July. It's going to be the 120th anniversary of the publishing of Centrosaurus. Pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, for all you know, that drawing is a banana, Araya. Well, yeah, again, their printing technology was not as advanced back then. You couldn't do super detailed color illustrations. Nobody would know what you were talking about if you used the word megapixel back then. Anyway, Centrosaurus, really, really cool dinosaur, and we've got a lot of specimens of this critter. Whole bone beds of Centrosaurus from Alberta. Inspiring art like this by Michael Skrepnik. Michael Skrepnik? Let's see, can I find you a higher res version, perhaps? Yeah. There we go. From the Canadian Encyclopedia. Alberta Hilda Dinosaur Mega Bone Bed. This site is important because it confirms that Centrosaurus was a herding dinosaur, lived in herds, and documents that the herds were larger than previously thought, numbering well into the thousands. So these dinosaurs were highly social, lived in enormous herds like this. Yeah. Very, very cool. Data from the mega bone bed also suggests that Centrosaurus migrated annually in an east-west direction toward or away from the interior seaway that occupied the center of North America at the time. So if we go back to, say, let's try 90 million years ago. There we go. This is what our Earth looked like about 90 million years ago. And that is the WIS, the Western Interior Seaway. We know from multiple lines of evidence that there was a shallow sea kind of covering the middle of North America that kind of ebbed and flowed and advanced and retreated at various times. We can actually track those advancements and retreats. But up here in Alberta, it's where Centrosaurus lived at the time, and so these animals would migrate west and east every year. And presumably a great big river making its way to the coast here is what these animals were trying to cross. Many of them died and were then preserved in sandstones and mudstones. Let's see. What is the lithology of this site? Large-scale coastal floodplain that overtook a very large herd of Centrosaurus apertus. Evidence for coastal plain flooding recurs to the Cretaceous formations that host these bone beds. There we go. Many of the data from the fossils collected at Hilda indicate that death and final burial were caused by separate flooding events. So this is not like one big massive event right here. You've got several events because in the meantime, kind of in between these different events, these bones are getting trampled and eaten by other dinosaurs. Many of the ceratopsian carcasses at Hilda were trampled, broken, and scavenged by other dinosaurs before final burial. So we know it wasn't one big catastrophic event like this. This is a more seasonal, attritional kind of a deal. So like, shoot, this may be, again, with the migration thing. These are animals returning to the same site every year, and a few of them die, and then, get covered by sediment, and later turn to fossils there. It's a lot like wildebeest. There we go. Here we go. Like wildebeest crossing a crocodile-infested river today. There were also crocodiles back then, too. Different species than the ones that we have today. They are distinct from today's Nile crocodiles, American crocodiles, etc. But, yeah. River crossings like this can be very dangerous. And a lot of those animals don't end up making it. It was the same thing back in the Cretaceous with these horned dinosaurs. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. That's sad, Sasash. I mean, it is, yeah. And your grandpa used to work in a mine? Cool, Ariathalia. Literally threw out hundreds of small fossils? Yeah, it happens. Yeah, even today. Yeah. What is that noise outside? Are those fireworks, or is that a car wreck? Hang on a second. Fireworks, thankfully. It is Lunar New Year. At least Chinese New Year. I think... No, it's Vietnamese Lunar New Year, too. Yeah. Well, it's not the year of the rabbit for Vietnam. For Vietnam, it's the year of the... I forget. Somebody in chat might know. Let me know. But yeah. Anywho. Cat. I think you're right, Pimcat. I think you're right. Yeah. That sounds right. Thank you. Anywho, Centrosaurus, really cool dinosaur. Here is a link to this article from
The Canadian Encyclopedia? Any Canadians here in chat? You've got a pretty decent encyclopedia here. And holy cow, written by Dave Eberth, of course it's good. It's written by a dinosaur paleontologist. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, Centrosaurus, one of the most prominent dinosaurs from Canada. And one of the... Whenever we're talking about dinosaur bone beds, like monodominant bone beds, that's bone beds that are dominated by a single species, Centrosaurus bone beds from Alberta are usually right there at the forefront of conversation. Let's see. Bone beds book. Baronsmeyer. Yeah. This is one of my favorite bits of paleo art here. Ever. Very, very cool. So here you've got the Centrosaurus crossing that river there, back in the Cretaceous, and then it kind of slowly fades into the present, like this, with a modern paleontologist finding these and documenting them. Beautiful, beautiful piece of artwork by Michael Skrebnik. Gorgeous stuff. Oh man, I like this so much. I'm such a literalist. It probably makes me a big troglodyte in terms of like art criticism, but it's what I like. I like, you know, themes that hit you over the head. I'm a simple man, and I like my art, you know, or the subtext is text. But yeah. And Araya, yeah, the Ohio Valley, yeah. You do have a lot of Paleozoic fossils in the Ohio River Valley. Yeah. And yes, Sloth Hoba, Canada does have more than just dinosaur bones, you know? You've turtles, crocodiles, ichthyosaurs. And who knows, maybe there's some mammals up there too, but, you know, yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Centrosaurus, we could talk about Centrosaurus for a long time. Let me share one more thing with you before we move on to another dinosaur. Yeah, people ask me sometimes, Danny, do dinosaurs ever get diseases? Do we have any evidence of disease in dinosaurs? And oh boy, do we. Centrosaurus, right here, has been found with cancer. Dinosaur diagnosed with malignant cancer for the first time. Cancerous bone from 77 million years ago. Here's Centrosaurus here, and that should be on the other side. Oh, no, never mind. No, that's the right. Anyway, that's the fibula right there. I'm like, the fibula is on the outside. Why is it? Oh, it's the right leg. Anyway, check this out. This is the tumor mass right here in yellow. The fibula should be a long, straight bone. And on our baby Triceratops here, you've got the femur right here, the thigh bone. You've got the tibia right here. This is the main shin bone. And then the little splint on the side, that right there, this little splint on the side right here is the fibula. Should be long and thin like that. There's not really a whole lot going on with it morphologically. It's pretty simple. Not a whole lot of crazy trochanters or masses or anything like that. It should not look like this. Big ol' tumor. Big old tumor on this animal. Yeah. Osteosarcoma. Yeesh. In Centrosaurus. And here is an animation. Come on. You can do it. There you go. So after CT scanning this thing, they can figure out which parts of the tumor, and it's actually really easy because, I don't know, the fibula is a pretty simple bone overall, and the texture of the tumor is going to be very different from the texture of the rest of the bone. The preservation of this fossil is good enough that, shoot, they can tell, even in the interior, like which parts are tumor and which parts are bone. So yeah,
pretty gnarly tumor on this dinosaur. Oh, yeah. The leg should not look like a chicken nugget. There you go, Arai. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But yeah, but the interesting thing is, I think this might be from... Is this from the bone bed? It's from... Originally discovered in Dinosaur Provincial Park in Alberta in 1989. Yeah, it was found in a massive bone bed, suggesting that it died as part of a large herd of Centrosaurus, struck down by a flood or in a river crossing. Yeah. So the thing is, the tumor is not what killed this dinosaur. It died during a river crossing, or drowned in a flood, or something like that. So this is a dinosaur walking around doing its thing, and dying of other causes. Maybe the tumor would have affected its ability to swim or cross the river effectively. I'm sure it couldn't have helped. But this is an animal that had survived for a long time with a massive tumor like that on its leg. It goes to show these animals were, in many cases, very, very tough. I think, shoot, if you were to have a mammal with a tumor like that, an equivalent mammal, analogous, a Cape buffalo or a wildebeest or a hartebeest or something like that in modern-day Africa, like, how long would they survive with a big tumor like that on their leg? I would think that would probably, yeah. I don't know, but we've got lots of examples of pretty grievous injuries in dinosaurs that were healed. Like, broken bones, healed in these animals. A lot of dinosaurs led really rough lives, but they were also pretty tough critters. And they were able to survive wounds that would have killed other animals. We've got, like, fossil footprints of theropod dinosaurs where they're, like, missing toes and stuff like that. Think about pigeons that you might see in the middle of a city. Some of them are, like, missing legs or, like, missing an eye. Like, some of them can't fly anymore. Like, and they still manage to be able to survive. Pigeons are tough birds like that. Oh, that toughness... it's also true for their ancestors, dinosaurs. So yeah. Anyway, Big Al is a great example, Lenina. Yes, Big Al the Allosaurus had so many different injuries on his skeleton. We had a display about this at Museum of the Rockies, and I'm sure I've got a photo somewhere on some hard drive somewhere. But, yeah. There we go. This is the injury that probably eventually killed him. But that is his right foot right there. This is a cast of it. The original is actually on display at Museum of the Rockies. That is his middle toe right there. That's digit 3. And that bone should look like this. Or like that, you know? Instead, it looks like this. So it was broken, and it never really healed properly, and it's just this giant, inflamed... Ugh! Yeah. So he lived, like, he could probably barely walk with this injury. Yet he lived long enough for the bone to get all deformed and to heal all weirdly like that, and just, like, ah! So yeah. I don't know, think about that the next time that you see, a pigeon out on the street that's got like a badly mangled leg or foot, and think, wow, what if this animal were, a 25-foot long allosaur? Who can't fly, still managed to make a living for a little while before finally succumbing to an injury like that. These are tough animals. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Why do birds choke other birds? I don't know, Lilithobo. I don't know anything about that. Yeah. And you can axolotl as many questions as you'd like, Lilithobo. I appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah. And Fall Machine. I think there's just an abundance of food here. So, like, even pigeons that are injured can, well, I don't know. I also, like, spend a lot of time looking at pigeons. if I'm waiting for the train or waiting for the bus or something. You know, a lot of people try to ignore pigeons. I'm always looking at them. They're fun little critters, and they're living dinosaurs, you know? What's not to love? I know a lot of people really revile pigeons. I think they're really cool, you know? I wouldn't pick them up and try and snuggle them necessarily, because they can be kind of dirty, but, you know, they're really cool to watch. So yeah, yeah. So anyway, Bert was ahead of his time. Is that a Sesame Street reference? Polyhedron? I'm really impressed with myself that I got that. Yeah. Something I've been less impressed with, unfortunately, is this book. I was telling you, chat, that I was really excited to read this. I got a book about pigeons, and I've been hearing, I don't know, I remember hearing, like, the press blitz about this book back in, like, 2006 when it first came out. Like, the author did a bunch of radio interviews, and I saw articles online and stuff, and, you know, I couldn't afford the book back then. Finally got it, was excited to read it. Disappointed with the writing style, and I don't know, it just leaves a lot to be desired. So I don't know, I'm probably not going to finish it. Life's too short to read books that you don't get much out of. So yeah, I might end up putting that in a local free library or something like that here in the Bay Area, because somebody else is going to enjoy that book more than me. Honestly, the writing style is like... It reads like a lot of the books that I had to read for school when I was in, you know, 6th or 7th grade. It's like a middle school reading assignment kind of a book. I don't know. Disappointed. Anyway, I appreciate you, Travel. Thank you. That's why you don't read... Don't say that, Araya. Oh, no. All facts, no flavor? No, more like just a writing style with no flair or complexity. It's just... I don't know. I think it also kind of... A lot of it is like a and then, and then, and then. There's no real, like, buts or therefores, like, as he's kind of going through different stuff. It's just... It feels like... I don't know. It's like reading a student's writing for an assignment or something like that, you know? I didn't get the sense that the author, like, very... You know, was passionate about the subject. I don't feel that in the least. So yeah, you know, it's not for me. That's okay. But yeah, yeah. And you listen to audiobooks. Nice, alright. I listen to a lot of audiobooks too. Especially when I'm commuting or out walking or otherwise exercising, yeah. Anyway, a simpler writing style without much variety. There you go, Furbly. Yeah, yeah. So if, I don't know, if you like... It's an interesting book, certainly. And if you'd like to learn more about pigeons, by all means, read it. Absolutely. It's not badly written. It's just... It's got like a writing style that's... I feel kind of bored with it, you know? Not a boring subject matter. But... I don't know. I've been so spoiled with some really excellent writers lately that... Yeah. Somebody else is going to enjoy this more than me, and I'll go ahead and give the book away. Anyway. Oh, and you like The Genius of Birds. See, that as an example of a book with a lot more kind of flair and style. The writing style there. Yeah, for sure. I'm glad you're enjoying that, Travel. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Yeah. But yeah. And, let's see. I think I updated this recently, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Just finishing this book. Yes, Beasts of Eden. This is an example of a book with, I don't know, this writer has got a distinctive style, and it's the sort of book where you've really got to pay attention. You can't kind of read it with just half your brain, you know, you've got to really focus on it, but it's very rewarding, you know? Pigeons book, I feel like I could read it when I'm half asleep and not really paying attention and still get everything out of it. You know, David Rains Wallace, his writing style is much different from that, you know? There's a lot going on here. So yeah, and I don't know, I'm much more entertained by that. So yeah. Oh, and awesome travel. I'm glad you got that from the library. I'm glad you go to your local library. That's awesome. Not enough people do nowadays. And Cher-Ami, yes! That's, Cher-Ami is actually described in this book. Reading that story. I'll see if I can find a video. Cher-Ami pigeon. I bet you somebody... There we go. Somebody has come up with a video about this remarkable bird. Let's take a look.
Does the name Cher-Ami sound familiar to you? She was a carrier pigeon that saved the lives of almost 200 soldiers during the First World War.
Yeah.
You want to know her story?
Of course.
We'll tell you about it in this Animal Wise video.
So how in the world could a pigeon save the lives of 200 British soldiers? Well, let's find out.
The terrible
The Lost Battalion, right?
Our story takes place in October 1918 when a group of over 500 US soldiers were completely surrounded by German enemy troops.
They were US soldiers? I thought they were British soldiers and the US was shelling them.
They were facing a desperate situation since they were located behind enemy lines without food or ammunition to defend themselves. After their runners had been intercepted, they had sent several messages via carrier pigeon, but none were able to reach for support. They had all been shot down by the Germans as hundreds of soldiers were dying. The situation seemed hopeless. Their last hope. They only had one carrier pigeon left, Cher-Ami, which means dear friend in French. By this time, US Army reinforcements had arrived, but they began to shoot at the cornered battalion, thinking they were German troops. Cher-Ami was the last hope for the soldiers caught in the situation. They wrote a message tied to Cher-Ami's leg explaining where they were located and warning that their own artillery was bombing them. Cher-Ami's journey. The pigeon flew at great speed trying to reach her destination, but as soon as the Germans saw her, they opened fire. She was hit by enemy bullets and fell to the ground. Although seriously wounded, she managed to take flight again and make the long distance to reach her destination. She finally managed to deliver the message and was able to save the lives of almost 200 soldiers. Due to the enemy's attacks, Cher-Ami was wounded in the chest and lost both a leg and an eye. The army medical team quickly intervened to treat her and managed to save her life. Once recovered, she was sent back to the United States with a prosthetic wooden leg they had made for her. Recognition of Cher-Ami. Upon arrival in the United States, Cher-Ami received the Oak Leaf War Cross Medal. She was not only awarded for saving the Lost Battalion, but for having delivered a total of 12 important messages during World War I. Sadly, Cher-Ami passed away in June 1919 due to injuries sustained during her last mission. At that time, she was awarded a gold medal from the Organized Bodies of American Racing Pigeon Fanciers as thanks for her war service. She was also sent to a taxidermist to preserve her body. She is currently in the Price of Freedom exhibition at the National Museum of American History alongside Sergeant Stubby, another great animal war hero. If you still do not know the story of Stubby, the dog who was promoted to sergeant, we explain all in this video. Are there any other famous animals you'd like to hear about in a video?
Very cool. Anyway, yeah. But man, she lost a leg and an eye, she was shot through the chest, and she still, after treatment, was able to survive for another year after that. Pretty extraordinary. Birds are tough animals, and that's reflected in their ancestry, too. And dinosaurs. So yeah, thank you, Smurf, for suggesting Centrosaurus there. We went off on some tangents, but bringing it back home now to Centrosaurus. And, what a cool dinosaur. Let's cross that off our list here. Very nice. And, what do you say we do one more deep dive? Dr. Terra, something about a Tyrannosaur with a broken neck? I'm not sure about that one, Dr. Terra. Yeah. FMSSK is here, yeah!
Oh, I'm
Let's protect our fossils.
Nikoche.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Nikoche, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For our final dinosaur deep dive of the day, let's go ahead and do Balaniceps rex. Don't give it away if you know what this dinosaur is. I will show you a video. Here we go. Yeah. Here's an Animalogic video. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it's the king of Dinosaur Rock. 7 cards. You could say so. Yeah. Let's take a look.
When you see a shoebill, you might think that they look like dinosaurs. And the awesome thing is, they actually are dinosaurs.
True. As are all birds. And the scourge of the longfish.
And you're watching Animalogic. Shoebills, like all birds, are modern dinosaurs within the clade aviale in Dinosauria. But more so than other birds, shoebills really look the part. They get their name from their almost comically oversized shoe-like bill. The rest of their body is also really strange, looking like a hodgepodge of different creatures. They have very ostrich or cassowary-like legs, a stork-like body, and a...
And by the way, if you've never seen Animalogic videos before with, is it Danielle Dufault? Check out her channel. Really, like, some of the best content on YouTube, honestly. Yeah, she does really, really excellent videos. Yeah, what a cool critter.
Ostrich or cassowary-like legs, a stork-like body, and a squarish head that looks like it might belong on a dollar bird, but with the flair of a mandarin duck. And their call? Well, the word jackhammer comes to mind.
Or machine gun, yeah.
Shoebills are the only member of their genus, and the only other members of their family are
hammerbills.
They are
hammer cups.
Super weird looking and are named as such because they're essentially hammerhead birds. While people often call shoebills shoebill storks, they're actually more closely related to herons, ibises, and pelicans. And their only confirmed ancestors...
Yeah, so they are related to, those birds. They are Pelicaniformes. Well, let me show you real quick before we continue the video. Nice little, let's see. There we go. Pelicaniformes. Search function doesn't always work super well on this. I guess we'll go to pelicans and then we'll backtrack a little bit. But yeah. Alright, there's pelicans there. Everybody loves pelicans. And Pelicaniformes. No, do we have to go back further? No, there it is, there, yeah. Pelicans, shoebill, and hammerkop. There we go. There's the hammerkop. And there is the shoebill. They are, unfortunately, either vulnerable or endangered, depending on who you ask. They 100% deserve our respect and our conservation.
is Golithia, a giant bird who measured over... They're actually more closely related to herons, ibises, and pelicans, and their only confirmed ancestor is Golithia, a giant bird who measured over 2 meters tall. Shoebills are endemic to eastern Africa and live in swamps from Sudan to Zambia, though some vagrants have been spotted as far west as the Congo River. Shoebills are quite large. Adults can reach well over a meter in height, and the tallest one ever found measured 152 centimeters tall.
Holy cow, wow.
In order to carry their large bodies, they have huge wings, measuring from 230
and they can fly.
to 260 centimeters wide. LeBron James, for comparison, has an arm span of 218 centimeters, quite a bit less than an adult shoebill.
Wow.
These massive wings are great for soaring, and because of their large size, they flap their wings much slower than most other species of bird, only flapping them about 150 times a minute. Despite their large stature, they only weigh between 4 and 7 kilos. a testament to their light, hollow bones. Their massive shoebill is the third largest in the animal kingdom, ranking
Holy
after
cow.
storks and pelicans. But their bill is much larger. It has a bigger circumference than any other bird. They may look clunky, but their bills are deadly effective tools.
Bigger circumference than any other bird alive today. If you were to look at a bird like, Andalgalornis or something like that, big old terror birds from the Cenozoic of South America, they had much bigger bills than that. Shoot, their heads are like huge. But anyway, yeah.
Storks and pelicans. But their bill is much larger. It has a bigger circumference than any other bird. They may look
Bunzo, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
clunky, but their bills are deadly.
This is it. This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
So it is.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Jimmy Mac, thank you.
And their 9 raiders have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Welcome, Jimmy Mac and Raiders, to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Upper Paleo person, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It sounds like you are in the right place. Holy cow. Hope you had a wonderful stream, Jimmy Mac. Thank you for bringing all your viewers here. Welcome, welcome. Tell me how your stream went. I want to hear about it. For new people, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I dig up dinosaurs across the American West with various museums. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. And now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. We are doing a dinosaur deep dive right now on this particularly cool dinosaur known as Balaniceps rex, the Shoebill. So stay tuned. Yeah. And you're doing great. Glad to hear it. Upper Paleo, yeah. Oh, and you're an you're an archaeologist. Interesting. Hence, Upper Paleo person. I see what you mean. Stratigraphically recent stuff. What, like Pleistocene or Pleistocene and later, perhaps? Yeah. Baby Paleo, there you go. Well, welcome to the channel. It's great to have you here. Shoot, I've hardly done any Cenozoic work. Almost all my stuff is Mesozoic. Almost, like 99%. Mostly Cretaceous. But I've done a little bit of Jurassic here and there. But yeah, anyway, welcome. Great to have you here. And Jimmy Mac was doing something called As Dusk Falls. Well, I hope it was a ton of fun. Awesome. And Jimmy Mac is a chef. Very cool. Well, thank you, Jimmy Mac, for the raid. I really appreciate it. And Dr. E is here. Dr. Electro, did you have anything to do with suggesting the target of this raid? Dr. E, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. But yeah, Dr. E says maybe. Upper Paleolithic is younger than the last glacial maximum. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Upper Paleolithic, very nice. Yeah, so yeah. Geologically speaking, that's like last Thursday, you know? From my perspective. As a dinosaur guy. But anyway. And he's a Hell's Kitchen star. Oh, very cool, Dr. E. Well, it's great to have a Hell's Kitchen star right here in chat. Thank you again. Thank you, Jimmy Mac. Appreciate you. Yeah. All right, well, Jimmy, I will see you next time then. You take care of yourself, okay? Thank you again for the raid. Let's continue discussion. Well, we're going to continue this video real quick of this critter, the shoebill. As we all know, birds themselves are living dinosaurs. Just like Danielle said at the beginning.
When you see a shoebill, you might think that they look like dinosaurs. And the awesome thing is, they actually are dinosaurs.
Just like all birds are. Yeah.
Bills, like all birds, are modern dinosaurs with.
Yep. Yeah.
They also use their sharpened bill.
There we go.
clunky, but their bills are deadly effective tools. The edges of their bills are razor sharp, which is helpful, as they often will decapitate their prey when hunting. They'll also use their sharpened bill to mow down grass to expose prey. If you look closely, you'll notice their bill isn't entirely...
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Thank you, Delta Rain, for helping us to comprehend and appreciate dinosaurs. I comprehend and appreciate you, Delta. Thank you, thank you. And look at that beautiful graph. Upper Paleo person, thank you kindly for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, Delta Rain, let me thank you properly for the 18 months of support. That's a long time. That's like... It's almost a year, isn't it? Delta Rain, I appreciate you thoroughly. Thank you for all of your support. And, yeah. It's great to have you here, Delta. Can't say enough nice things about Delta Rain. And anyway, Dr. E, thank you for guiding the raid, too. Jimmy Mack is singing your praises, so let us do the same. And Xenocog, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, is that almost an elephant baby? I think an elephant gestation period is something like 21, 22 months. Something like that. It's even longer. So yeah, almost a year. It's a weird noise. Hang on a minute. Printer has been very vocal tonight, making all kinds of weird noises. We're printing an iguanodon thumb spike right now. And, anyway, yeah. And hello to you too, Safarix. Thank you again, Dr. E. Thank you for being here, Xena Cog. Hello, hello. And, yeah, let's continue with our shoebill here.
Entirely rounded, and their upper mandible forms a very sharp nail at the end.
Yeah, look at that.
To stab and impale their prey. Wicked. They also
Pretty cool.
have very large feet, and their middle toe can be up to 18 centimeters long. This helps a lot when you live in the swamp and spend hours of the day completely still, perched on floating debris, waiting for prey. Shoebills are very solitary and spend their days looking for muddy swamps with mixed vegetation, and then they stand around and wait for prey to swim by. Their prey of choice, lungfish and bashir. These two species are particularly interesting because both can breathe outside of the water. They use their ability to get away from predators chasing them underwater, a strategy which is altogether ruined by a lurking shoebill. While lungfish and bashir may be their most common meal, shoebills are hardly specialists and will eat anything
baby crocodiles,
that they can get
frogs,
their bill around, including
smaller
frogs,
birds,
snakes, lizards, and young crocodiles.
Yep.
Metal. While their main strategy is to find a location where fish is plentiful and then wait, they have been known to hunt in areas.
They have been known to hunt hippopotamus, sometimes eating 3 or 4 hippopotamus in one sitting. Did you know that, chat? Holy cow. No, that's not true.
Where fish is plentiful and then wait, they have been known to hunt in areas preyed upon by hippos, as hippos will scare the fish.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Dark N8V, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. You eat hippopotamus for breakfast? At least they're not endangered, 7 cards. Yeah. A dark native. Oh, okay. Dark Nate V? Dark Native. Okay. Dark Native, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
They have been known to hunt in areas preyed upon by hippos, as hippos will scare the fish and force them to surface. Easy pickings for a shoebill. Though if a fish refuses to surface, shoebills will use their bill to dig them out of any burrows they might be hiding in. If you couldn't guess, these constantly pissed-looking birds are very territorial when it comes to nesting. They
cool,
nest
Dark
very
Native.
far from other shoebills and will fight
Great to
any
have you here.
competing shoebills and predators like crocodiles that get too close. Shoebills are monogamous, which is adorable, but they're not great parents. After their eggs hatch, they tend to only raise the strongest baby, leaving the others to perish.
Well, usually one of the babies will like eat the other one. There's another video about that, which I will not show you, but you can look it up on YouTube if you'd like to see it. Yeah. Dr. Electro says, yesterday at 8 o'clock. It was very time consuming. Then I went back for seconds. Yeah, shoot. I can't come up with another pun. I hope you enjoyed it, Dr. E.
Highlander rules, you know. The babies start fighting each other very early on to be selected as the chosen one. Shoebills reach sexual maturity at age 3 and can live over 30 years in the wild.
Wow.
Between 50 and 80% of their population can be found in South Sudan, with around 5,000 of them living there. They are listed as vulnerable, and their numbers are declining due to hunting, habitat destruction, and capture for the zoo trade. Their amazing jackhammer sound is one of the few sounds that they produce.
So cool.
And they use it to communicate greetings and threats. But with shoebills, the greetings are usually pretty threatening. So what animal should I check out next?
Anyway. Again, there is a link to that video if you'd like to watch it yourself. I'll show you one more shoebill video. Here we go. This is pretty cool. We'll turn down the volume a bit. Yeah. So they do this head bowing thing. It's like a social gesture. Yeah, when these birds are wild, they bow to their companions. In the case of a captive shoebill, they will bow to their caretaker. Very, very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Really awesome. They're, pretty incredible critters. They really, really are. And they're just this weird mix of, like, you don't know whether to call them goofy or formidable. A lot of people say they look prehistoric, whatever that means. I don't know. They're thoroughly modern birds, because they're around today. I don't know. They're just really, really bizarre and cool, and they're really neat critters. I'm actually looking at shoebills right now for an upcoming paper. Looking at a lot of fish-eating animals, fish-eating tetrapods, for some insight into piscivory, fish-eating behavior in extinct dinosaurs from the Cretaceous. So, anyway, I've got some shoebill illustrations that I'm working on, and let's see if I can pull one of those up real quick, actually. Just give you a little sneak peek. Illustrations. There we go. There we go. I was sharing this with a co-author. But, yeah. Yeah, not done yet. Draft image in big red letters. But, there's a shoebill clamping down on a lungfish. Right there. Using that subrostral notch, which several groups of dinosaurs also have. Mesozoic dinosaurs. So, yeah. Yeah. And Dark Native, this is watching from the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Delaware, and Huron native tribes of Turtle Island on the Dish with One Spoon Treaty Land in an area people now call Southwest Ontario, Canada. Appreciate you, Dark Native. Yeah. That's very cool. I'm broadcasting to you from the land once inhabited by groups that didn't really have, apparently they didn't have like a collective name for themselves, but they're often referred to today as the Ohlone people. Yeah. Yeah. unfortunately, not much is known about them. After Spanish encroachment here in coastal California, those peoples didn't last for very long. Yeah. And you were part of that tribe. Oh, very cool, FMSSK. Wow. Neat. Yeah. Yeah. And Dark Native says, so can I ask, as a paleontologist / scientist, do you know about identifying an aging remains found? Yeah, we call that dating when we determine the dates of fossils. I know a lot more about identifying fossils than I do about dating them. Usually that's kind of a specialized job if you're using radiometric dating, like using radioactive isotopes to determine how old certain fossils are. So that would be the realm of, you know, geochronologists, like Paul Rennie, down the road from me in Berkeley, California. But yeah, but relative dating is a lot easier too, because basically you just go out and you look at the different sedimentary layers in the rocks. And if you can find out where you are in the stack of rocks, it tells you relatively how old you are. And then if you can find ash beds in those rock layers, and then you send them to a geochronology lab, then they can actually date them and put an exact date on those rocks, which is really cool. But identifying fossils I'm much better at, especially if they're dinosaur fossils. But, yeah. Anyway, if you've got any, like, specifics, specific things you're wondering about with regard to that, let me know. Yeah. So I could definitely talk about that for a while. Oh, and getting back to the subject of dinosaur injuries, like we were talking about, Dr. Terra says apparently Stan's neck was broken. This is, here. Stan, the Tyrannosaurus, who used to be at the Black Hills Institute of Paleontology. It's basically like a fossil showroom. It's a commercial enterprise. So Stan, unfortunately, was a commercial specimen, and unfortunately it was sold to someplace in the Middle East at auction. Anyway, but I guess 2 of his cervical verts are fused? Is that right? Huh. But I wonder if, I don't know, anything that comes out of the Black Hills Institute like that, I do really have to wonder about. Because they've had some very questionable science come out of there in the past. But yeah. I wonder which vertebrae those would be. But yeah. And not relative dating like in Alabama. No, Mwemla. Not like in Alabama or in some sort of monarchy. I don't know if they would do relative dating. It would be more like betrothal. But yeah. Not like in Alabama or Buckingham Palace. But yeah. Did Stan ever meet Sue? No, they're from very different times. Polyhedron, yeah. Unless you're talking about Stan... What's Stan's last name? Unless you're talking about the man, Stan, who discovered Stan the Tyrannosaurus. And Sue Hendrickson, who found Sue. I'm sure they've met. But the 2 dinosaurs lived very different times. Tyrannosaurus was around for, 2 million years here in North America. So there's a lot of time separating any 2 given specimens, generally. Unless they're found, in association, then no, those animals never would have met. Yeah. But yeah. Relative two-door dating. There you go, Mwemla, yeah. Yeah. Not Stan Lee. Was it Stan Sacrison, I want to say? Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, Stan Sacrison, an amateur paleontologist responsible for the initial discovery. Yeah. Yeah, not Stan Winston, no. Yeah. Polyhedron says, gotcha, yeah, that meant T-Rex is 2 million years, so mind-bending the time frames? Yeah, well, shoot, there was a paper that came out. Let's see. Yeah. In all of time, 2.5 billion Tyrannosaurus Rex. That should not be capitalized. And there should be italicized. Genus and species names are always italicized, and the species name is not capitalized. Anyway. Have roamed Earth. The study used calculations based on body size and metabolism to estimate about how many dinosaurs lived throughout the species' existence. Yeah, they mean adult Tyrannosaurus. There would have been a lot more juveniles. Hatchlings, and... yeah. But anyway, yeah. Charles Marshall, University of California, Berkeley paleontologist. He works just down the road from me here in the Bay Area. Was fascinated by the idea of how many of the mega predators walked the Earth whenever he held a T-Rex fossil, reports the New York Times. Were there a million, a billion, a trillion T-Rexes? Is this 1 in a million, 1 in a billion, 1 in a trillion? How on earth could we know that number? We all know fossils are rare, but how rare are they? So it really started with that question, Marshall tells the New York Times. Anyway, really cool paper. I wish they'd talked a bit more about ontogeny in it. But, yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. So there's a link there. So yeah, they were around for about 2 million years. So in that time, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for those critters to do their thing walking around. So yeah. And let's see. Yeah, anywho. And shoot, holy cow, it's after 7 o'clock here. And I think my 3D print is, like, approaching being done. It's, well, probably got about another hour there. But, no, you're good, Bliss9. Yeah. Yeah. I think with that, it's about time to wrap up today's broadcast. Oh, but let me show you what's printing. Don't go away, everybody, just yet. Take a look at this. There we go. I'm currently printing the hand of an iguanodon. It's gonna look like this. This is actually the same exact specimen right here that this is based on. So right now we're printing the thumb spike. Right here. Or was it the thumb spike? I think it is. Anyway, that's what it's supposed to be. Right here. Or maybe it's another one. Ah, shoot. No, I'm pretty sure it is the thumb spike right there. Anyway, of this dinosaur iguanodon. Here is a plastic model of iguanodon right here, which I bought this past summer while out digging a dinosaur basically like the North American equivalent of iguanodon from the early Cretaceous of North America out in Utah. Anyway, that's why I ended up buying this, because it's like I've been digging up this dinosaur for weeks, and I'd like to have a little plastic model that I can show chat. But yeah, there's those distinctive hands right there. There's the hand right there. There's the thumb spike that's currently printing. And here is part that has already been printed and assembled. Right here. So this is going to be big. This is a big animal. And it had pretty big hands, so I'm looking forward to being able to show you the completed thing maybe sometime next week. We're also working on a life-size baby Triceratops and some other projects too, so yeah. And I've got to work on some stuff tonight, so we are going to go ahead and wrap up this broadcast. Gonna run out of room? Yeah, Layered Tay, shoot. Already got a lot of critters here. And we're adding more. Oh yeah. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap up tonight's broadcast, shall we? There's a Smilodon to run our credits over. We were talking about Smilodon earlier. And, Ant Streams is on right now. So we're gonna go raid Balint. He and his wife Lita are expecting a baby tomorrow.
Spared no expense.
Well, thank you, Bliss9, for gifting that sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's excellent. 42 out of 39 subs. Thank you, everybody who subscribed today, who gifted a sub, who cheered with bits, who rated, who asked questions, who chatted, who just lurked, everybody who moderated. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here and for making science outreach like this possible here on Twitch. Appreciate that more than you know, and yeah. It's changed my life being able to stream like this every day and support myself. Will benefit from your support, I should put it. Thank you. Be streaming again tomorrow. We're going to be covering some more fossil news. Probably doing some more dinosaur deep dives. Shoot, we are, yeah. We've got, what, like, fewer than 10 left? Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Yeah. Anyway, we're going to go right into Ant Streams. We're going to go say hello to Balint and Lita, do some more science. I'll see you there, everybody. Take care.
Everything okay? Thuggy. Raiders! Professor!